can help you access your insurance. Also, people asking for fees to access free government services. They're free, or for asking for upfront payments for housing or shelter. So a lot of different frauds and scams, also frauds and scams trying to take the advantage of the good hearts and goodwill of those who see the tragedy and want to help. So some folks pose as fake charities and ask for money, and the money doesn't go to any charitable purpose. It just is put in someone's pocket who's trying to scam you. We also see deep fakes at times, folks posing as a relative asking for money to be sent immediately because they need help because of the disaster. So unfortunately, a variety of different scams and frauds, also potential for price gouging. So knowledge is a really good way to defend and protect yourself. So being aware of what's out there is an important first step.
Yeah, you know, we have seen the best in people, so many people stepping up, and unfortunately you see the worst of people after disasters like these. You mentioned price gouging when it comes to housing. We have seen a lot of that, a lot of people writing into the station saying that they're desperate for homes, Airbnbs, short-term, long-term rentals, and that those have gone up drastically, and that it's kind of been, the numbers are huge with that. How do you enforce something like that?
We're getting a lot of incoming on this as well, and we are taking steps to communicate with the property owners, the landlords, the price setters who are violating the law. It's wrong. You know, the first level of enforcement is reminding people about Penal Code 396. It is in effect now because of the declaration of emergency. It is a penal code. It is a crime to price gouge, punishable by up to a year in jail, $10,000 criminal fine, as well as civil liability. And some of the big property owners, landlords, are on autopilot with algorithms that set their prices based on supply and demand. If the algorithm is setting prices that go up more than 10% from the price before the declaration of emergency, you're violating the law. You need to change your algorithm or take it down or set prices some other way. If you're a mom and pop and you're raising the prices because you can, you can't. You can't raise it more than 10% right now. It's time for us to think about the victims, what their suffering, their pain, their challenges, help them recover, not take advantage of them by raising prices. So we're doing outreach to landlords and property owners, making sure they are aware we are watching, and there will be consequences and enforcement. We will crack down on price gouging to make sure that our victims are not harmed again and exploited again after being victims of a tragedy.
You know, before we let you go, there was so much over the weekend on social media, so much misinformation. I've seen some AI-driven content, as you were talking about, some deep fakes online. How can your office manage all of this misinformation, and what are you seeing most of?
You know, this is a time when people need information, and they need it quickly, and they need it to be accurate. And so anyone who's engaged in campaigns of misinformation or disinformation they're not helping, and they're hurting those who need help and support, victims who are suffering from tragedy. We always encourage people to go to official sites. We try to be a source of appropriate and accurate information, and we encourage folks to go to our website, the governor's website. There's a great website that he put up called ca.gov/LA fires, with a lot of resources and links to official government web pages where people can get updated information, can get access to services, to what they need. So try to go to official sites and steer clear of some of the social media postings where it's much less reliable. You need and you deserve accurate, truthful information. The official government sites will give you that.
Great. All right. State Attorney General Rob Bonta, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for the work you're doing. All right, let's get to schools this morning. Most of them are reopening, with conditions improving in the fire disaster zones.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live in Santa Monica with what parents need to know. Tina?
Good morning. Well, yes, this school is getting ready to open within the next hour. District officials are inside getting everything ready to welcome students back. Here in Santa Monica, most schools will be reopening today, although there is one, Roosevelt Elementary, that will remain closed because it's still in the evacuation zone. And Malibu schools are going to be closed through at least Wednesday. But officials tell us they have been cleaning all of their facilities, making sure that it's safe for students and staff. Now, here in Santa Monica, outdoor activities will be limited because there are still some concerns about about air quality. They're also going to be monitoring wind conditions over the next few days. As far as LAUSD, they are also reopening most schools today after cleaning air filters, clearing out debris over the weekend. Schools still in evacuation areas will remain closed. There are more than a half dozen of those in LAUSD, and some schools also suffered fire damage. District officials say they are still trying to figure out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and when they'll be able to reopen those schools. They say conditions could change, so they're trying to be flexible with their plans. They say safety will be their top concern. As we come back out here live, I also want to mention the Pasadena Unified School District. Their plan right now is to have schools stay remote through the week. There are still a lot of evacuation warnings in that area, a lot of students and staff affected in Pasadena, so their plan is to remain remote for this week. But again, in all of the fire zones, school officials are just keeping an eye on conditions. They say they may have to change things as each day goes, but they will, of course, do their best to let parents know ahead of time what the plan is for each school day. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Tina, thank you. The time right now, 7:40. It all starts with one little idea, how the Santa Anita racetrack transformed into a massive donation center when just 3 guys wanted to help wildfire victims.
And I'm Chris Hayre here in Carson at Dignity Health Sports Park. Coming up, how you in the LA Galaxy can help to give back to those who need it the most.
Looking forward to that. And the Rams are ready to represent LA and Arizona, and tonight's playoff game has a much bigger meaning for our team. Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 7 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. This is a live look from SkyCal. You can see just looking over the entire area. And what I'm what's striking me right now is that you're not seeing those big plumes of smoke. That was such welcome pictures yesterday as well. I know from our vantage point where I'm at on the west side, we had seen plumes for days upon days upon days, and now things have settled a bit as we wait for those tough winds coming back. It is 7:44 right now. The Rams are in Arizona for their home wildcard playoff game tonight against the Minnesota Vikings. The game was moved from SoFi Stadium to State Farm Stadium due to the fires. Our players know they have a job to do, but the impact of the fires is also weighing very heavily on them.
Your stomach just is sick for how this is all played out. And obviously I have so much respect for the first responders, the people there that are fighting this thing, that have and are continuing to. But yeah, man, just really hurting for the people in this community.
I know it's a really trying time for the county of LA, for the city of LA, for California as a whole. And our thoughts and prayers are with all of those guys. And, ultimately we do represent the name that's on the front and the back of our jerseys. So we'll definitely be playing for them this week.
You can only imagine the NFL and 4 of its teams are donating $5 million to help support wildfire victims.
And that includes the Rams, the Chargers, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Houston Texans. The MLS champions are also stepping up to help amid the heartbreak.
Today, you can give at a new donation drive run by the LA Galaxy and Dignity Health Sports Park. KCAL News anchor Chris Hayrie is live at the stadium with what items are needed. And Chris, I just love this effort because our sports teams really are such a part of the fabric of our community.
JB Ruderby, absolutely. I was going to echo the same exact thing. Sports in general, the fabric of a community, and that's especially the case here in Los Angeles. There's 2 of everything, and I can't say enough. You mentioned all the wildfire efforts of the NFL teams. All of our local teams have stepped up, and that's certainly the case here at Dignity Health Sports Park with the MLS Cup champion LA Galaxy. They're having a donation drive today from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. here in Carson, and again 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow as well. And you can donate anything from water to kids' school supplies to baby supplies to hygiene products to coats to gloves. So if you're around, if you're a Galaxy fan, if you just want to help, come on down 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to be here throughout the morning. And guys, this week has been just, sports takes such a back seat during a week like this, but at the same time, it provides such a brief escape for people as well. So, as the Lakers and the Clippers resume play today here in Los Angeles, and you mentioned the big playoff game in Glendale, Arizona, between the Rams and the Vikings, you hope for a couple of hours that it can provide a little bit of an escape for people who love sports, and sports and community are synonymous. So I expect to see a lot of Galaxy fans here today, a lot of sports fans here today, just to come together to help out our city.
Chris, it's one of those things I remember after 9/11, the NFL had canceled all of their games. And I remember that first game back, people really were able to kind of just take a deep breath and allow themselves to feel a little bit of normalcy, which is what I think some people may do tonight as they're watching that Rams game.
No question about it. And just to localize it even more with the Lakers, JJ Redick lost his home in the Pacific Palisades, and he's going to be coaching a game today. And it's another reminder that the athletes and the coaches that we see on television, they're affected just as much. There's been some athletes in this city whose homes were lost, who had to evacuate their home. So it is a reminder too that yes, we watch the Lakers, we watch the Clippers, we watch the Rams, but in many cases they're just like us. I was in Houston this weekend with the Chargers, and everybody's wearing the LAFD hats and representing the city, and it was kind of an eerie feeling because your hearts are in LA, you're physically in Houston, and you're watching kind of everything unfolding over the weekend. But again, this is where I think sports really comes into play. Events like this, and also, on the court or on the pitch, it brings people together, and it does provide a bit of an escape.
Yeah. Absolutely, a little escapism. We could all use that right now. Chris, thank you.
Let's go ahead now and get a check of our next weather forecast with meteorologist Marina Jurka, and we are on guard.
That's right, Jamie Rudabay. Our winds are starting to gust up. The usual suspects, especially throughout the Santa Clarita Valley and also parts of the Inland Empire. I will show you those spots here in just a moment. Live look from Mount Wilson. The air quality, of course, has improved substantially over the last 24 hours, but we are bracing ourselves for our next Santa Ana wind event. And our bullseye right now this morning here at the almost 8 o'clock hour is throughout the Santa Clarita Valley, pushing down into Simi Valley, Camarillo, and the Malibu coastline with winds up to 45 miles per hour. Those gusts are also prominent in portions of the Inland Empire, and that's channeling down into central Orange County right at Santa Ana there, and that's up to about 25-30 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is a very traditional setup for Santa Ana winds as we move into the day today. I wish we weren't having another event, but at least it is not as strong as last week. Wind gusts expected up to 55 miles per hour. That's why we have a wind advisory now through tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. for pretty much all of Ventura County, heading into western LA County, pushing down into the San Gabriel Mountains, San Bernardino Mountains, and down into Orange County. It really only excludes LA as well as the immediate coastline, and that's the same situation with the red flag warning. It's pretty much throughout our entire viewing area. When Santa Anas roll in, they just really suck all the moisture out of the air, and so we're already dry, and it makes us drier, and that's why we have such an extreme fire threat as we move forward into the next 48 hours. So please, please, I cannot stress enough, be cognizant of that. So spreading southward as we head into the day today, that Santa Ana wind event. Extreme fire conditions, of course, as I just mentioned, dry and low humidity. For our next weather forecast for the end of the week, we are going to see much cooler weather, but I'm sure that you noticed that it is much cooler already this morning. So looking at some hourly wind gusts as we push forward, some of our peak cities that are going to be really close to that 50 mile, 60 mile per hour gust mark are Santa Clarita, heading down into portions of Huntington Beach, as well as Lancaster into the Antelope Valley, up to about 40 miles per hour, Anaheim, Riverside, San Bernardino, Glendale, and Ontario. And putting our next weather futurecast forward, you can see that exactly where we're seeing the wind gusts this morning is where we will continue to see them throughout the morning. The peak of those wind gusts won't be until later on tonight into tomorrow. But as we shift into tonight, you can see that pushing into Antelope Valley as well as the San Gabriel Mountains at about up to 40 miles per hour. Then that shifts over into the desert as we head into the overnight and tomorrow morning. And we'll wake up throughout the day on Tuesday to wind gusts that are up to 40 to 50 in those usual areas. Temperatures this morning are in the teens in the Antelope Valley, in the 40s and 50s. It is pretty chilly, and we are stuck in a rut. We really need the rain, but high pressure continues to dominate, and so because that ridge is stuck there, it'll be at least another week before we start to see the chance of some moisture moving into our region. So gusty winds again today, and that will last through Wednesday. As you can see, the entire west coast, which is unusual because the Pac Northwest has seen so much rain, but the entire west coast looks to stay dry for quite some time. Next 7 days in the Inland Empire, breezy all the way and gusty through Wednesday, and those temperatures dropping into the low 60s heading into the weekend. Back to you.
All right, Marina, thank you. Time right now, 7:52.
I got a text message from someone who was actually taking care of the dogs, saying that she was having trouble getting to the house because there was a fire.
Oh, 3 dogs trapped inside a house when the Palisades fire broke out. How a crew of CBS News journalists helped save them.
And after attacking LA's response to the wildfires, Elon Musk is sending his own products to help.
Then at 8 o'clock, a live update from city and county officials about the plan to tackle the wildfires as winds do pick back up.
In the midst of all this devastation, the community is rallying at Santa Anita Park. Thousands of people poured in to donate supplies and resources for fire victims. This all started as a grassroots effort. Take a look at what the organizer said when he saw how many Angelinos stepped up to help.
You guys live in the city of angels. We're Angelinos. This city's built on toughness, on hard work. I can't thank you guys enough for showing out for us. This is absolutely breathtaking. I never done anything like this in my life. I don't know what I'm doing right now, but I hope one day it makes sense. And until then, I'm gonna keep on trying to do what I'm doing.
Wow, just incredible there.
Organizers told us the response has been so overwhelming, they actually had to stop accepting donations because they need time to sort all of this stuff out.
Yeah, you just see the boxes upon boxes. It is incredible, but now there does need to be some organization to get it to the victims. KCAL cares about all of the fire victims. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please just go to redcross.org/KCAL.
Tesla is donating Cybertrucks to areas that are without power near the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Altadena Mountain Rescue Team posted a photo on social media showing several of the Cybertrucks, which will be used to provide power and free Wi-Fi until power is restored to the sheriff's station. Tesla's website says a Cybertruck can provide backup power to a home for up to 3 days. The move comes 3 days after Elon Musk announced he would be providing free Starlink terminals to the areas affected by the fires. A couple who was out of town when the Palisades fire broke out is counting their blessings.
Yes, they've been reunited with all 3 of their dogs, thanks to CBS News' Jonathan Vigliotti and his producer, Christian Duran.
My wife saw Jonathan reporting from the Palisades charter high school. Eventually we found a friend and sort of colleague of his who was able to get a message through. We told him, you know, it's 3 dogs in the house, surrounded by flames. So I told him to break whatever window he could. And he managed to get into the house. The generosity and kindness and risk that they put themselves through to get the dogs was really, I don't know. I think it's the best that humanity has to offer.
It certainly does make you feel warm, right? That there are some good moments happening out there. Andrea Pizzenti says he thinks his house burned down just hours after the rescue happened. Kristen Duran, the producer, posted, "I only did what I would want someone to do for my pup." I know both Christian and Jonathan, dog owners. The dogs here, Elma, Archie, and Hugo, are back with their owners while they're staying at a hotel.
And they look so happy. Don't they look like they're smiling and just happy to be back with their people in a comfortable and safe place? So we're happy to see stories like that.
Very happy, yes. Yeah. Many fire victims are relying on their faith to cope with the loss.
And this is Todd. We aren't sharing his last name. His house in the Pacific Palisades burned down while he and his wife were out of town. Over the weekend, he returned to his neighborhood only to find everything they owned had turned to ash. But he was hopeful his wife's wedding ring would be found. It was missing, and he says his faith is what keeps him going. He says even if they can't find it, they will still be at peace with whatever the outcome.
And there's just going to be so many stories that we continue to hear like that. KCAL News at 8 starts right now.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome to KCAL News Mornings at 8 o'clock. It is Monday, January 13th, and thank you for waking up with us here at KCAL News Mornings and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Jamie Lucas.
I'm Rudy Shabazi, and Marina is here with us as well this morning. Wildfire watch remains urgent, and firefighters are in a critical stage of their almost week-long battle with the fires. Here's what we're following this morning. The scope of the devastation is becoming clearer. The death toll now stands at 24. At least 16 people are reported missing.
Today, more students are heading back to school following safety concerns. What LA Unified is doing to keep kids safe in the classroom.
And we are awaiting an update from both Los Angeles County and city leaders, expected to start at any moment now. This update comes as the wind is expected to pick up today and tomorrow. And that's why we have Marina Jurica here. You've been watching this closely. You, of course, told us about the winds before, and you're watching it again.
Yeah, we knew last week that Sunday and then again, Monday through Wednesday, we were going to be dealing with 2 bouts of more Santa Ana winds. I don't want to give that news, but unfortunately, that's where we're sitting. And it's a more classic event, which is good and bad, because we are looking at places like the San Gabriel Mountains, as well as the area around the Eaton Fire and the Palisades Fire, not to be too affected by more of a classic event, because the strongest wind gusts will be throughout the Inland Empire. It channels down the valley here and then pushes down into the Inland Empire straight through Santa Ana, which is why it originally got its name. And then we've got that second bullseye from portions of western LA County, so Santa Clarita Valley heading down into Simi Valley through the Malibu coastline, and that's for wind gusts this morning of up to 50 miles per hour. So that will be where it'll be localized for the next few hours, and then it'll start to pick up more across the region up to 40 miles per hour as we head into this afternoon and evening. But you can see Santa Clarita peaks this morning, and then it starts to go to about 20 mile per hour wind gusts as we head into the rest of the day, overnight, and into tomorrow. For Pasadena, we're going to be looking at up to 20 mile per hour wind gusts, mainly between noon and 6 p.m. today. And of course, a red flag warning for our entire viewing area minus the downtown metro and our coastal locations. So very high dangerous fire threat as we push into today and tomorrow. Back to you, Jamie.
All right, well, keep paying attention. Marina, thank you. We do want to get you up to speed on the wildfires and the numbers that we have this morning. The Palisades Fire has charred more than 23,000 acres and now sits at 14% containment. That is up. At least 8 people, though, have died.
16 people are dead due to the Eaton Fire. The flames burned more than 14,000 acres in the Altadena area. It's now 33% contained.
And firefighters are closing in on the Hearst Fire in Sylmar. It is now 89% contained, with nearly 800 acres burned. All evacuation orders there were lifted a few days ago. Firefighters are looking into whether SoCal Edison equipment may have sparked that fire.
Firefighters have been starting to get an upper hand on both the Palisade and Eaton fires. That's good news. Assignment Manager Mark Liu is at the desk, where he's been monitoring where fire crews are working and where the hot spots are still smoldering. Mark, what are you seeing?
Well, I'll tell you, Jamie and Rudabeh, it is a good news story, and one of the best ways to illustrate it is actually a view from orbit. The NASA satellites that can detect heat signatures are not detecting those same heat signatures anymore that we have seen all week. And if you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. So we're looking at a map here of Southern California through the FIRM's website. That's the Fire Information for Resource Management. This is where we can see data from the heat signatures of satellites in orbit. And as I advance, this is day 1 of the Palisades fire. You can see it down there in the lower left-hand part of your screen. That's January 7th. And then this awful day on day 8th, as I advance it, you see those red marks. Those are the heat signatures detected by satellites. That was that terrible day where the winds were so high and so much destruction of both Altadena and Palisades. Then on January 9th, you can see the fire lines started to move a little bit to the north and south. This is when the firefight really began in earnest because those winds were dying down. And then on the 10th, you can see the fire lines getting a little bit smaller, those heat signatures not as large. And then on the 11th, this was Saturday, this is when the Eaton fire really started to burn up into the hills of the Angeles National Forest. But there was still an enormous heat bloom here on the northern part of the Palisades fire. That's when the canyons were threatened there, and they started to get near to the Encino
Fire Department. Welcome to our One Voice press conference with LA City and LA County leadership. The Eaton fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 33% containment. We gained no acreage yesterday, which is a very good thing. We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,408 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 26% of our damage inspections for dwellings have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the preliminary maps have been posted and are being updated daily. If there is not a color icon on your address, it means the building has not yet been inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'll just start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn and civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades fire. Your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hearst fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We're not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down. As we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more, and we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and will ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this, and Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriffs, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential of crime scenes. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have business in the evacuation areas, do not go there. Please, you're infringing upon the work that our first responders need to attend to. And I do want to say, when I talk about these arrests, I want to clarify not all of them are for burglary or looting or for curfew violations. But it is very important when I say stay out, we are arresting people who are not supposed to be there, who do not live there, who are in possession of narcotics. We've arrested several with guns. And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. If our deputies being very proactive in these areas, stopping people in a constitutional manner as always, making sure that they're supposed to be there, and you have narcotics on you and you have a gun on you, in police work we call that a clue, something's wrong there. So that's why we're arresting people. Our search and rescue missions, through the 2 days, we have searched 1,874 properties. In regards to deaths, and again, I want to clarify, this is for the Los Angeles County area of responsibility. We have confirmed 21 deaths, 16 in the Eaton fire area, and 5 in the Palisades area. And sadly, yes, unfortunately, I anticipate the number to go up. Missing persons, we are actively have 23 active missing persons reported, 17 in the Eaton fire area, 6 in the Malibu area. All of them are adults. Thank God there's no juveniles. But if you believe you have somebody who's missing, make sure you report that to us as soon as possible. For any updated information that anybody may have, questions, very important questions regarding evacuation orders or warnings, or any road closures, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency for assistance. The American Red Cross is doing an amazing job. Please contact them. And again, for some of the negative things I talk about, there are some amazing stories of community members coming forward to donate items. It's very inspiring. For donations, go to Emergency Network Los Angeles. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Okay, good morning. I want to start by just assuring everybody that our primary focus still remains the safety and well-being of our residents. These fires have caused significant disruptions, but we are working tirelessly with our partners to protect lives, property, and secure critical infrastructure. So as of this morning, LAPD has in the city 266 officers deployed to the Palisades fire. We also have support from our National Guard partners who have deployed 200 soldiers assigned to the incident. We're very grateful for their support. We also have dedicated resource investigating our missing persons reported. So at this time, as of this morning, 6 a.m., we have a total of 26 people reported missing in the city of Los Angeles. 17 of those individuals have been located safely. 9 of the 9 remaining, 2 most likely were found in the fires deceased, but they haven't been positively identified by a coroner's office yet, so those are still waiting to be identified. 1 individual, we believe, is located safely in a shelter, but that person, we're waiting for confirmation on that. There are 6 that remain unaccounted for, and we're diligently trying to identify and locate these people. So in total, in the city of Los Angeles, since Tuesday when these fires occurred, we have 3 fatalities. Again, 2 were found in the fires, and 1 was a burn victim that was transported earlier this week to a hospital. That person later passed away. If you want to make a missing persons report, you can do so either in person or over the phone. You can call any one of our 21 geographic stations and make that report, or you can call our missing persons investigation unit directly. I'm going to give you the number. It's 213-996-1800 and select option 3. That telephone is manned 24 hours a day currently. As of this morning, the city of Los Angeles related to the fires has a total of 14 arrests. 3 for curfew, 1 for impersonating a firefighter, 1 for possession of burglary tools, 4 for burglary, 1 for DUI, 1 for felony vandalism, and 3 for shoplifting. As the sheriff just mentioned, it's not just for looting or burglary that you're going to jail or curfew. If you're in the area, you don't belong in the area, you will be stopped and questioned, and whatever crime is being committed, you will be held accountable for that. So please stay away from these evacuation areas. Regarding escorts, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we tried to be compassionate and put together a team to escort residents to their homes to either retrieve small pets or their medication. But that line became exceedingly large, and it was causing more problems than solutions. We have halted this escort service for the safety of everyone involved. Currently, we don't have any timeline of when we're going to open up that service, if at all. So please be patient with us. We know you are waiting. If you are still waiting at any of these checkpoints to be let in or escorted, please do not wait there. You will not be let in or allowed to have an escort at this time. Also, another important reason for stopping these escorts is because we have search operations beginning. Over the next 48 hours, we'll be working alongside LAFD Search and Rescue, our ATF partners, as well as the LA County Coroner's Office throughout the burn areas, giving priority to those people that are reported missing in these burn areas. From there, grid search will take place that could result in crime scene preservation and then recovery of remains. We hope that the high volume of resources dedicated to this effort will expedite the process. And as many of you know, the dry conditions and winds increasing, it's possible that evacuation orders may increase. I know overnight we saw some of the evacuation orders turn into warnings, but we can absolutely see some of these areas increase to mandatory evacuations again. So we urge you, please heed these orders. It can save your life. And as we also previously mentioned, identifying the cause of these fires is critically important to all of us. In conjunction with our partners and led by ATF, we have created a Los Angeles Regional Wildlife Investigative Task Force. And while their work is still in the early stages, we're committed to identifying the cause and origin of these fires, and we're also committed to holding anyone who's responsible for these fires accountable. And to further protect the residents of Los Angeles, in the city, our curfew is also still in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In short, if you don't belong there, don't be there. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department and all of us standing here this morning are with you. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the firefighters, our fellow law enforcement partners, and volunteers who are putting themselves in harm's way to protect our communities and help people recover. Their bravery and dedication are truly inspirational. We are also grateful for the patience and cooperation of our residents during this difficult time. We know this is not easy. Thank you and be safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you. With firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save lives and to save homes, with law enforcement working around the clock to keep security at a high level, with over 200,000 people evacuated, and I'm one of them, and with people who have lost lives, lost homes, lost businesses, there are still people in our community who, rather than saying thank you, look at this as an opportunity to commit crime and to take illegal profit and advantage over the situation. We've seen this come up, and you've heard law enforcement describe the arrests that have been made, whether those arrests are for looting, burglary, grand theft, whether those arrests are for arson, whether those arrests will eventually be for price gouging, because we have been seeing price gouging with hotels, people offering residences well above the 10% addition that they can charge. We've seen that with medical supplies, other types of supplies, price gouging going on. So the criminals have decided that this is an opportunity, and I'm here to tell you that this is not an opportunity. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. At 2 p.m. today, we'll be holding a press conference to announce the first charges in a looting case and the first charges in an arson case. This is not an arson case tied to the major fires. It was an arson case that was done on the side, in essence. You will hear that these people who've committed these crimes are facing very significant sentences. I am working with over 750 deputy district attorneys and in the entire law enforcement community to bring these people who are despicable and disgraceful to justice. And we're not only going to see what's happening right now in connection with bringing stability to our community, whether it's, again, going after the looters, the arsonists, or the price gougers, but we're starting to see the criminals emerge who are going to go after the recovery efforts. These are people who are contacting people and pretending to be GoFundMe operations to help people who have suffered. And GoFundMe, by the way, actually is an excellent organization that has put in place protections that if you use their site, you can use it safely. But these are people who are creating fake GoFundMe sites. I tell people to be very, very cautious when you give your money away, to check out the organizations that you're doing it to. I applaud anyone who wants to donate to these causes, whether with money or services, but make sure that they are going to the right operations. Again, you can go to Emergency Network LA, that's enla.gov, or you can go to recovery.lacounty.gov to see the types of operations that you can have confidence in. And we're also going to see scams coming up with insurance proceeds. We're going to see scams coming up with government benefits, because we are going to literally have billions of dollars come into Los Angeles County over the next months and years. And for the criminals who view this as an opportunity, let me again give you this warning, an absolutely unmistakably clear warning, that if you go ahead and you want to rip off people and the system and governments that are trying to help the people who have suffered from these tragedies, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and we will seek maximum punishment against you. I hope that I'll have the opportunity to tell you at a later point that this warning has been heeded, that deterrence works. Because if we are going to actually have the stability and the rebuild, it's going to be based on everyone contributing. But for those who don't want to heed this message, the warning has been cast out there, and the warning will actually have teeth behind it. I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. As I discussed yesterday, FEMA relief is essential to getting our impacted residents back on their feet. Today and yesterday, FEMA staff have been at 7 county libraries, plus the Alhambra Library, providing support to individuals who are seeking FEMA relief. Tomorrow, these services will transition to centralized assistance centers, one at Pasadena City College and the other at UCLA Research Park. These centers will be in-person venues where all impacted individuals can receive direct support for FEMA's assistance program, which helps residents access lodging, essential items, and other large financial needs. You can visit recovery.lacounty.gov for all the details. And I would encourage everyone listening to go to one of these sites, because I was at Pasadena Convention Center, and I know Supervisor Sleece, you were as well. And I saw people handing out cards. I don't know who they are. I don't know who they represent. But people are looking for an opportunity. At these recovery centers, you will have legitimate government officials who are going to work with you to make sure you receive the benefits you deserve. I want to thank FEMA for their continued support for our impacted residents. Our residents need this support to begin rebuilding, and believe me, after last night's meeting that I attended with my constituents, they are desperate. So many residents I've heard from, especially those without insurance, are concerned they won't receive enough assistance to rebuild their lives. On top of FEMA assistance, I'm going to be advocating for innovative loan and housing solutions to bring people back to their communities. People need help, and they need to know what kind of support they're going to receive. Last night, I joined hundreds of impacted victims in Pasadena to hear their stories, understand their needs, and to discuss what comes next. Many wildfire survivors I've met, spoke with, have repeatedly told me they're worried about the rebuilding process. Specifically, many have mentioned that they are eager to begin clearing debris and seeing what valuable possessions survived this devastating fire. I want you to know that yesterday, the governor issued an executive order to streamline this rebuilding process. This executive order is going to make rebuilding homes easier by cutting red tape and make it as affordable and efficient as possible for our residents to clear debris. Yesterday's executive order, along with the previous order to waive the CEQA requirement in rebuilding, are two unprecedented actions that will be essential to making our community whole again. I know that our wildfire survivors want nothing more than to begin the rebuilding process, and it is our job in government to get out of the way. Our neighbors deserve nothing less. To all the residents in our county, we must maintain diligence over the next few days as winds increase again. Please listen to law enforcement and their evacuation notices. And believe me, I heard last night, many are frustrated. These next few days are crucial in our fighting of the existing fires and also preventing any new fires. Thank you for taking it seriously. I'd now like to introduce LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. Angelenos, as we continue to experience the shock, the grief, and the anger, we have to stand together, and it is in that spirit that we have seen hundreds, if not thousands, of Angelenos traveling all around the region to deliver supplies, clothes, whatever they think might help the victims of these fires. As we've mentioned, the National Weather Service is predicting close to hurricane force level winds, and so we're making urgent preparations. My top priority and the priority of everyone else is to do everything we can to protect lives. As these winds approach, LA City firefighters and firefighters from across the county, state, and nation, and even overseas, are in a proactive and strategic posture to save lives. Firefighting resources from LAFD and fire departments from all over are positioned in strategic holding locations. DWP is deploying water tankers to augment water supply for firefighters. The emergency operations centers remain activated at the highest level to rapidly coordinate emergency response. As we prepare for more wind, we're also urgently working to provide people with much-needed resources. This week, as Chair Barger said, our city and county will launch in-person local assistance centers that are tailored to those affected by specific fires. These local assistance centers is for Angelenos impacted by the Palisades and Hearst fires, and they will open at the UCLA Research Park, which was formerly known as the West Side Pavilion. It will operate from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. These centers will help people who have lost vital records like birth certificates, driver's license, Social Security documentation. They will help people who've lost their homes or businesses apply for disaster relief loans, and they will provide referrals for mental health counseling and other services. We anticipate that there will be representation for over 20 city departments. There will be representatives from the state and federal departments and agencies. Later today, we are also going to be releasing policies on the city level that will help with the rebuilding process. So as we continue to go through these next few days where the fires are still a serious threat, we also want to begin to help people put their lives back together and to prepare to rebuild our city. I also want to again remind Angelenos that lacity.gov is now a one-stop shop for assistance for those who are impacted and a place to help Angelenos find a way to get involved. As the winds pick up, Please stay safe. Please heed the call to evacuate should you receive that. And remember to heed all public safety guidance. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Horvath, Supervisor for the 3rd District of Los Angeles County. The latest Palisades fire updates, as you've heard, more than 23,000 acres have been impacted by this fire, and it is 14% contained. We have over 5,100 personnel, including 44 helicopters and 540 engines. The fire continues to hold along Mandeville Canyon, and we are grateful for our first responders and all those on the front lines fighting in this area. We know it is critical, and you are doing a great job. We've also made significant progress in Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park, Temescal Ridge, to Mulholland. All of these areas have been under threat, and we are continuing to hold. Santa Monica has lifted their evacuation orders and downgraded to warnings in North San Vicente, moving from order to warning at 8 a.m. today. All of the warning areas have been lifted. A particularly dangerous situation has been issued. Strongest winds from Tuesday morning until Wednesday. We strongly encourage caution and vigilance. This is the weather prediction that the National Weather Service had going into last week's event. So these conditions are significant, they are serious, and we need you to follow all orders. All Santa Monica Malibu United School District schools will remain closed today. All Santa Monica campuses, except for Roosevelt Elementary, will be open. All LAUSD schools will be open today, except Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Topanga Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, and Paul Revere Middle School. Our Department of Mental Health has resources for how to speak with our young people about wildfires at dmh.lacounty.gov. We need to support our children in this time and make sure they're able to talk about this tragedy. Our DMH helpline is 800-854-7771. Metro fares continue to be suspended for as long as conditions remain the same. We thank our chair of the Metro Board, Janice Hahn, and our CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, for their assistance. Palisades Post Office has been relocated to Rancho Park Post Office. Residents can pick up their mail at 11270 Exposition Boulevard on the first floor. Recovery.lacounty.gov has launched. You can find initial damage assessments as well as maps to indicate your property location and status, comprehensive list of county resources by department, federal, state, local, and nonprofit emergency assistance. Once again, that website is recovery.lacounty.gov. Our Department of Economic Opportunities East LA Entrepreneur Center and America's Job Centers of California open today as well to support impacted workers as well as small businesses. As far as public health updates, the air quality smoke advisory continues through next week. Please wear N95 masks outdoors. Fine particulates are airborne even in areas not impacted by the fires, especially children and older adults, especially those with serious health complications, are particularly at risk. LA County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. When you are at home, please close your windows and doors, run the air conditioning or air purifiers if you have them, and check your filters regularly. In your car, close the windows and vents, turn your air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not, in any way, use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. Follow all drinking water advisories. And due to ocean contamination, avoid the following beaches: Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach, Solstice Creek at Dan Blocker County Beach, and Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. To stay informed about the latest emergency orders, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov. And I want to once again thank all of those who are on the front lines, keeping us safe through this very difficult time. All of our volunteers who have kicked into action to ensure that our community members are supported. And I also want to thank our governor for an additional executive order in addition to the one that he issued yesterday to expedite debris removal and to reduce the risk of mudslides. As we know, rain is predicted starting next week, and these complicated conditions may only worsen. We thank him for his foresight and his partnership.
Helen Chavez, Communications Director for Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. We have with us 1st District Supervisor Hilda Solis, California Board of Equalization Antonio Vasquez, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Nagrete, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. We are now going to transition to the Q&A portion of our press conference. Please raise your hand and wait to be called upon. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. We're going to go start right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Gigi Gracia, Fox 11 News. I have a question about the fire, but I'm going to start with this question. Maybe I'll have a second chance. Assistant Chief Choi, to most families, if not all families who have pets, they are like family to them. Tomorrow will be 7 days that those pets that are inside the houses that survived may be without water and most likely without food, which would put that in an extremely critical condition that could lead to death if it hasn't already. Is there nothing that can be done for those folks that are telling us they are desperate, they just want to go in, get their pet, and go right out? They don't want to look at the house, they want to get their animals out. The fire broke out at 10:30 Tuesday morning. Many folks were at work already and have not been able to get back.
Yes, I can tell you my comments were specific to escorting that resident or those residents back to their house to do such things. There are other options that we can do. For example, officers that are patrolling the area can get a list of locations at the checkpoint. Officers can patrol these areas and go check themselves. I'm not saying that's exactly going to happen, but there are options where we don't have to leave a pet in there if we're made aware of that. So you can go to the checkpoints and talk to officers, but I urge you not to go there just to wait to go in to see your house, which is largely what a lot of these individuals are doing. They're waiting to be escorted to see their property, which we can't do. We still aren't doing medication and pets. However, we can come up with a way where if somebody knows a pet is in the residence, that we'll do everything we can in our authority to go in there and get that pet.
And then, Gigi, on that note, Pasadena Humane Society is actually going into the Altadena area that's under evacuation orders and feeding pets. So there is, we will link up and see if we can duplicate that.
First to the woman right there, in the middle, right here. Yep, and then we'll go.
Oh, you've got to hold on to great. Sorry. Hello, Jane Secker, Sky News. A couple of questions. One to Fire Chief Maroney. More bad winds on the way. We know the conditions, as we've just heard, are going to be the same as last week. How confident are you that you're better prepared this time? And also a question for Mayor Bass, if I might. Our correspondent David Blevins asked you last week if you owe the people of Los Angeles an apology for cutting the fire budget. You didn't respond to him then. Would you like to respond to us now?
So for the fire question, thank you. We're absolutely better prepared for this coming PDS, the severe fire weather event. You've heard the statistics, number of personnel assigned to the incidents, over 5,000 firefighters assigned to the Palisades fire, over 3,000 firefighters assigned to the Eaton fire. The state, under the leadership of Governor Newsom, has set up a mobilization center in Banning, where we have resources staged that can come into LA County to assist with a new fire start or the expansion of one of our existing fires. We also have numerous aircraft, local government aircraft, helicopters, we have water bombers, we have retardant fixed-wing aircraft from the state and federal government, we have military aircraft. So we've not only augmented the ground resources, but also the air resources. I think that we're very well prepared for the next event, but that's never going to be, we're never sure that we're going to be able to catch the next fire and keep it small. They said 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be very difficult to contain that fire. That's why we ask all residents in a brush-prone area to be prepared to evacuate if you get the evacuation order, and start those preparations before the evacuation warning comes. Thank you.
There was a two-part question to that, correct?
My focus is on us being prepared as a city for tomorrow. As you began, we could face another very difficult situation for thousands of Angelenos. When we are past this period, there will be an evaluation of everything that went on. And at that point in time, we will see there is not agreement as to whether or not the budget was cut. All of those issues will be resolved when we are clear that Angelenos are safe and we are ready to rebuild our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go right here in the middle. Next.
Jonathan Bigliotti, CBS News, for Mayor Bass, please. Last week, many people were working and could not get back in time to properly evacuate. As we've discussed in this room, there were pet care issues, health care issues, child care issues. Now ahead of this latest event, you have businesses that are proactively closing, essentially treating this event like it was a hurricane or a blizzard. If they are taking those steps, why are you not implementing broader closures right now to keep your constituents safe?
We are doing everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. If there is a need for closures, that will be done. But right now, we are in preparation for tomorrow. Thank you.
Is this the day, though, to treat this like it is a hurricane or a blizzard?
Absolutely it is, which is why you see everybody here standing united, prepared and ready to address what, if hopefully we won't experience, but we are ready, we are prepared, and we will continue to do everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. Thank you.
But now this is important because this is the fourth time we've had these dire warnings. Each previous time there has been loss. So this is a critical time to make those decisions. In hurricanes and blizzards, like I've discussed, people stay at home, businesses are closed, people can then prepare to evacuate so there aren't pets left in their homes, there aren't children with daycare providers. They're scrambling. They scrambled last week. There are pets. So the question is, what are you doing to make sure that that doesn't happen today?
I've answered your question.
Okay, we're moving on over here in the back right there.
Hi, Morgan Windsor for ABC News. I have two questions. One for fire officials regarding the status of the investigation on the Eaton fire, and then a second for perhaps the district attorney on price gouging. The first question, I'm wondering if officials are honing in on the transmission towers owned by Edison in the area of the Eaton fire as a possible source of ignition.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm going to turn that over to the LA County Sheriff. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. The sheriff might have an update for you. If it is arson and not the transmission tower, then that would be a crime. I'd like the sheriff to speak to that.
Simple answer to that is yes. We're looking at everything. We have a team that is obviously focused on the response as we prepare for any event, and then the investigation, not only into the recovery of the remains and the issues surrounding that, but anything that would have caused any of the fires anywhere in our jurisdiction. I think the chief from, or the assistant chief from LA talked about a task force. We're on that as well. We're working together, and we expect to find answers.
Okay, I saw a hand right here in the blue jacket.
Hi, good morning. Lauren Coronado with NBC4 News. This is for Chief Crowley. You mentioned wildfire patrols in high-risk areas. Can you identify those high-risk areas?
Sure. So, and that's that lean forward posture as we're looking to do everything in our power to ensure that we maximize our efforts with the resources that we have, which This whole patrol, we're utilizing fire inspectors. So with that, we're going to be patrolling, taking a proactive approach. Anywhere where there's any wildland risk is where we're going to be patrolling. It's just extra set of eyes, ears. We can also help the community with questions. And that's really important. The community also knows that the city, the fire department is leaning forward. We're utilizing the resources that we have. So to answer your question very specifically, it's anywhere where it's in the wildland area. That's where we're going to be putting our patrols out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one more question. Sorry, I should have asked right off the bat. For any fire official, I understand there's better air resources this time around, military equipped. With these high winds, I know a big issue is that they weren't able to be utilized because of the high winds. When we're talking military equipped, does that change things? Can you do those aerial attacks with these kind of aircraft?
It's not going to change it. So we still have wind cutoff speeds for fixed-wing retardant tankers, water bombers, and helicopters. The helicopters that we have at LA County Fire are military helicopters. They're patterned after the Black Hawk. And still we do have wind cutoff speeds, not only for the safety of the helicopter, but what happens as the wind speeds increase, the effectiveness of the water drops or retardant drops is affected. And the minute that aerial firefighting resources are no longer efficient or effective or safe, we have to ground them. That's the unfortunate truth, but we do have a lot of people on the ground that can still fight the fire. You saw our firefighters, 100-mile-an-hour winds, Eaton Canyon, and Altadena that kept fighting the fire even in those strong winds. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go over here, and then we'll go over here.
Thank you. This is Dave Zonizer at the Los Angeles Times. I was wondering if you could go sort of fire by fire and tell you where you are on determining the origin. Are you guys looking at whether or not New Year's Eve fireworks might have been a trigger for the Palisades fire with something then flaring up later? I know you mentioned the Eaton Canyon fire, but can you tell us, for example, is arson being viewed definitely as the cause of the Sunset fire? Could somebody just walk us through each of them?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about, so right now we have the task force that is robust, that is, they're identifying cause and origin for each of these separate fires. There's so many of them. None have been ruled out of arson. They're ongoing investigations, but also the Palisades fire specifically, since that's the one that's still rampant in the city of Los Angeles, there's been no definitive determination that it is arson at this point, but we're looking at every angle. It's an ongoing investigation. If I could, I would. I don't have the answer for you.
Understood. Thank you. And we're going to go right here.
Hi, this is Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1. I have two questions. One for Fire Chief Maroney. Is there a definite threshold for wind speed when those aerial drops have to stop? Like, is 70 miles an hour that threshold? And then my other question is, given how dense some of these neighborhoods are where we've seen orders and warnings, I mean, all the way to Wilshire and Santa Monica last week, we've seen gridlock when people are trying to all get out at once. Have you guys worked on addressing that issue if people do have to evacuate tonight from an extremely dense area like we saw with the Sunset Fire? Folks just couldn't get out because traffic was jammed. How do you address that?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, there is a specific threshold. And I don't remember what that threshold is, although I used to work at air operations. 30 to 40 miles an hour is beginning, I believe, to be that threshold. I'll see if our CAL FIRE partner from the state of California remembers what that threshold is for helicopters and fixed-wing air tankers.
Please say your name and your
Good morning, Jerry Magana, with CAL FIRE representing incident management team. So with the specific aircraft, they all have a different limitation. The problem is when you have substayed winds, over 40 miles an hour is the issue. The problem is the gusts. So the gusts peak and the aircraft limitations or capabilities are then limited based on approach and departures, as well as Chief mentioned, the drop accuracy. So Each aircraft will have that limitation based on the manufacturer's recommendation, and then as far as the safety component, usually the limiting factor is gusts over 30 miles an hour, but the sustained winds, anything over 40, is pretty much going to ground most aircraft. So again, each one of those aircraft have those specific limitations, but as an overall general rule, safety rule, the gusts is what is the issue, and this is what the gusts that we've been having.
Thank you. Can you restate, please, your name and spelling?
Yes, Jerry Magana, Gerry. Last name is Magana, Magana.
All right, well, you have been listening to the press conference happening with city and county officials. That was a new piece of information, I think, to both of us on when that air assault can take place. Gusts over 30 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour sustained. Let's go back to the press conference now.
Make one today. Visit www.fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. That stands for Ready, Set, Go. I would recommend, in an abundance of caution, if you get an alert on your telephone for an evacuation warning, leave then. Don't wait for the order, because we know from experience that if you wait for the order, you might get caught up in the congestion that you referenced. And please do not silence the emergency alerts on your telephone. If we send out an alert at 3 a.m. on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, when you're sleeping, we want you to wake up and evacuate. We know we had some issues earlier, but please do not turn off those wireless emergency alerts on your telephone.
Have those issues been resolved and the alerts are now accurate? Sorry, my question was that those alert issues have been resolved and people can rely that that's accurate now?
Yes. I just think it's very important that Chief Maroney and I stand together and have the exact same message, which is the Ready, Set, Go piece is Ready, Set, Go. The community needs to also understand you don't have to wait for the order. Knowing what we know and what we saw, if you're in any of these particular areas, that lean forward posture, we keep talking about it. We saw the impacts, extreme impacts of the winds when what happened in Palisades. Our professional advice to anybody out there is to make sure you're ready, to make sure you have a plan. We talk about the pets, we talk about the medications, put your plan together, be ready, and you do not have to wait. You do not have to wait for the order. And I think it's really, really important that everybody hears what Chief Maroney and I are saying. And in fact, the rest of the region, the rest of the fire chiefs are saying the same thing. Thank you.
Kevin, you were going to address the WE alert issues?
Kevin McGowan, Director with the LA County Office of Emergency Management. In partnership with the state, we have the wireless emergency alert system ready to go with a state partnership.
Thank you. And we are at time. We will have one-on-one interviews. If you have any unresolved or unanswered questions, please approach to the front and we will connect you to the appropriate speaker. Thank you for today.
All right, you just heard from LA City and LA County leaders there providing an update on the ongoing fire. Some of the new information we had learned, a piece of good news, that Eaton Fire, there was no additional acreage reported yesterday in that fire, so they are getting containment there under control. Also, though, when it comes to people still missing, there are 23 active missing persons reports right now, 17 from the Eaton Fire, 6 in Malibu, and there have been 21 deaths now reported, which is, of course, just horrific.
And a couple of interesting things that came out of the questions. in that press conference. Of course, there was the misfiring of the alert system early on. They said, please don't turn that off. Please pay attention to it. It sounds like they're maybe working some of the kinks out. It was kind of hard to get clear information about that. But they said,
over the
please
weekend did try to clarify a lot of it, saying that once the cell towers had come back on, that's why so many people ended up getting these alerts. So they think they have fixed it with the cell phone companies.
Yeah, also they said there are checkpoints. They're no longer escorting people in to see their homes and the damage. But if you have a pet that you're worried about, you can maybe talk to officers at those checkpoints and have them go in and try to find your pets for you, give them your address, and they can go in and do it. But they're no longer allowing people to go back in.
I know when she said it has been a week, I think all of us have been just in the, just the day to day, forgetting what day it even is. But if those pets are there, it's been now a week without potentially food or water. Yeah. So I'm glad officers are working on that. You did hear the mayor get questioned a few times by various reporters. One from Sky News asking if the mayor was going to issue an apology about the response to these fires. She said her focus right now is being prepared for tomorrow and the events that could possibly happen. I think you and I too were a little surprised hearing the wind cutoff. I think we assumed was much higher. Gusts of only 30 miles per hour will keep helicopters on the ground, and sustained winds of 40 miles per hour will keep that aircraft on the ground. So we are in a situation much like we were last week where we may not be able to have those air assaults once the winds start picking up.
Yeah, and it gives you also an idea of how bad that windstorm was. A once in a generation event is what some of our meteorologists have been calling it. Also, the Attorney General and others there talking about the scams, the looting. There have been arrests, including one person who was dressed as a firefighter and was arrested in that evacuation zone. So you are watching KCAL News Mornings at 9. We'll reset right now. Today is Monday, January 13th. I'm Ruta Shabazi.
I'm Jamie Yugas. Thank you for joining us. We do want to get you the latest on the wildfires. This is what we have as concrete numbers right now. LA County and city officials giving us that update. Here is a look at the Palisades fire first. Now 14% contained. You see that on your screen after burning more than 23,000 acres. 5 people have died. Santa Monica has now downgraded to evacuation warnings.
The Eaton fire has torched 14,000 acres, but firefighters have contained a third of its perimeter. It's now 33% contained. 21 deaths have been reported.
We now want to get to Marina Jurica for a look at your next weather forecast, and we do really have to watch these winds over the next couple days.
That's right. It's more of a classic Santa Ana wind event. So once again, the targeted areas will be more to the west from Santa Clarita Valley, heading down into Simi Valley, throughout Camarillo, Fillmore, into the Malibu coastline. And then also this morning, we're dealing with some very gusty winds across the Inland Empire, heading straight down into the central Orange County coast around Santa Ana. And so this is where we see more of that classic event with wind gusts of up to 40, 50 miles per hour already. So an extreme fire risk today through Wednesday for gusts of up to 70 miles per hour, with it peaking Tuesday through Wednesday midday. Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando, western Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore are those areas at higher risk with this event. And just to show you what we're going to be dealing with hourly as we head throughout the rest of the day today, you can see up to that 50 mile per hour mark is Santa Clarita, as well as Huntington Beach, heading into Lancaster, and then up to 30, 40 miles per hour. We'll be looking at Anaheim, Riverside, Glendale, Ontario. So please be safe out there, folks. It is also a chilly start with temperatures in the 20s and 30s, and will warm up into the 50s and 60s. Traffic?
Yeah, let's give you one more look at the fire closures. Here's the Palisades Fire. Pacific Coast Highway still shut down. Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Malibu Canyon, Sunset Boulevard. This is not an exhaustive list by any means, but these are the primary closures that will affect people traveling into or through the area there. We also have fire closures for the Eaton Fire, Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Highway, as well as most of the streets just about a block north of Washington Boulevard. So just avoid the area altogether if you can. We otherwise have a pretty good drive throughout most of LA. Things starting to lighten up there. We do have a crash in the Inland Empire on the eastbound side of the 60 heading into Riverside, just before Main Street, left lane blocked off there. And a car fire in Yucaipa, westbound 10 at Yucaipa Boulevard. That's taken away the right lane, adding about a 10-minute delay to your drive. Back to you.
Thanks for the update, Rob. Thanks frustration on day 7 of the fight against the Southern California wildfires.
And many are wondering when they'll be able to go back home, as you just heard. And KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino is live in Altadena this morning, where some of the evacuation orders were modified. Amanda, I'm sure a lot of people very relieved.
But that's just a very, very small portion. A lot of people still don't have access to their homes. We're still seeing law enforcement presence. We have CHP. We're also seeing the sheriffs out here. And also, you can see on this corner, the National Guard. A lot of them around here making sure you have your credentials to be a first responder or media to get back into those areas because it's just not safe. We still have down power lines. There's gas lines still not turned off. And there's no water or power in this area. And you're looking at it just, that's what it looks like, just burned down. And there's not much left here, so you just need to sit tight. We tried to talk to the sheriffs last night about when people could come back home at the meeting they had for the community at Pasadena City College. Take a listen to what they told us.
I will say for some of the areas that has not been damaged as much as others, days. There are some areas that there's extensive damage, and I can't give a timeline. It could be weeks.
So the Ian fire has burned around 7,000 structures. The fire now 33% contained this morning and has burned more than 14,000 acres. So far, 16 people have been found dead. A little bit on the current firefight here. Some of the areas of the fire are inaccessible on the ground, particularly in Bear Canyon, Mount Markham, and near the reservoir. There's really rugged and steep terrain there, some of the most difficult they have seen. Aircraft has to be used there. More work needs to be done on the south end of the fire as well. The heaviest impact, though, has been in Altadena. Fire crews and utility workers are working hard to mop up and secure the communities to get people back home. Using a mobile retardant plant, though, a portable tank that they set up at Mount Wilson, it's allowing firefighters to use retardant from the tank to drop on those areas of concern. Firefighters have been successful at keeping structures at Mount Wilson intact. As of Sunday afternoon, Ruta Bay mentioned this, the first mandatory evacuation orders were lifted for an unincorporated county area of the Altadena community. That neighborhood is south of New York, east of Hill Street, and west of Altadena Drive. You can go home. Everywhere else, still under mandatory evacuation zones, unsafe to enter. Other dangers here that still exist, even if your house is left standing. The ash and rubble is toxic and dangerous to breathe in, especially for children to inhale. They have found higher levels of lead, arsenic, and asbestos, especially in the Altadena foothills. So if you come back out to us live, we're really starting to see the community come together here. I've been showing you little glimpses all morning long, and we saw this coming in this morning. We're on the corner of Glenrose and Woodbury. This home here, Jose Velasquez and Jose Medina. Jose Velasquez is right here. You guys were here when the fire came through. Your house, your garage went down. Your house still standing. Your neighbor's not here. But you guys have lost so much, but you're making sure you're providing something to people who have lost everything.
Yeah, so when we came back, our house was still standing, and I immediately thought of the community. We have a business here, and the community has fed us for 3 years, so I just thought it'd be right to do something for the community. We started accepting donations. It was only supposed to be a 2-day thing, but the support has been so overwhelming. Now we're extending it as long as people need the items. We have everything from diapers, wipes, baby formula, dog food, anything you guys might need, shampoo, clothes, a lot of clothes, guys, come by. We're going to be here every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And you can see that's Jose Medina over there, who also lives here, putting out some more stuff. I've been watching people come all this morning, already starting to search through here again. They have lots of food here, tons of clothes, because it was really cold here this morning. So people who have no clothes, this is a great spot. This is literally the community stepping up for their community. And I want to show you guys really quick. This goes all the way down and around the corner over here. You can see all these shoes. Remember, people left with nothing. So really good opportunity here to get something. If you're still in these homes, the stores aren't open. Really hard to find dog food. I heard diapers. They have it all here. Again, the corner of Glenrose and Woodbury. Just some neighbors helping neighbors here. It's beautiful to see, and all this darkness that we're seeing in this area. Back to you guys.
It truly is heartwarming. Amanda, thank you. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar has been helping us cover the Palisades fire.
And this morning he's live in Brentwood, where even though the conditions are calm at this hour, Barry, firefighters are standing ready for those strong Santa Ana winds to return to the area.
Yeah, that's right. They are standing seriously ready. There are fire engines and fire vehicles dotting this entire canyon area. We are on Cordelia Road, just down from West Ridge Road. Let me show you a little bit about where I'm standing and what's going on, because when I say they're ready, they are doubly ready. And let me explain what I mean. So this is the water pumping station for this area, because of course in these higher elevations, fire hydrants are only as effective as the water pressure is. So here's what they got going on. Now keep in mind, power is out here. So water pumping stations don't have power. So what are they doing? If you can see that gray round dome right there, that's actually a diesel powered pump. So they're running the water from diesel. If that doesn't work, they have this on standby. This is a global pump. This is not up right now. It's on standby if something should happen to the diesel pump. And if you could look through both of those, these massive hoses are going into the hydrants. There's a hydrant there, following over here to another hydrant there, and you will see that there are fire hoses littered all around. They are very much at the ready. Of course, why? Because of the winds we've been talking about. Take a look up to this tree right now. You're seeing those gusts that you just talked about in your weather report at about 40 miles per hour. Of course, tomorrow up to possibly gusting 70 miles per hour. That's the concern. The one thing I want to address is the evacuation we've been talking about, not letting the people back in. As we look at the ridge behind me, this has not yet burned, nor do you see any sort of pop-up fires. And even we look around the homes here, they look green, they look fine. But make no mistake, these pop-up fires are happening at this very hour. Just a few moments ago, I'm talking to the battalion chief who was watching this entire area, and he's like, Barry, people need to understand, we are constantly putting out pop-up fires all throughout this neighborhood. He said, don't worry, they're not spreading. That's why we're here. The moment we hear about it, we're on it and we're putting it out. Why are all these pop-up fires? He explains it here.
They're intense. We have a burning index, which is a percentage of an ember flies. And so like yesterday, if an ember hit the green, if you will, 60 to 65% chance that will start a new fire. So that's what we're really concerned about, and that's why they're keeping resources here. Because as you can see, there's not too much smoke, because the aircraft did a lot of good work, and the guys did a lot of good work, and the crews went in there. But that's the big piece, is the winds, and they can blow embers, 2 miles away. Wow. I went on the Cedar Fire down in San Diego, and I mean, we were seeing spots 5-6 miles away. So same thing here. I mean, the fire jumped. I mean, if you look at Pacific Coast Highway, the fire jumped 5 lanes. That's huge. That's massive. So that's the concern.
You can see why they're so concerned about these Santa Ana winds. Those pop-up fires are still happening. That's why they're not letting folks back into this canyon, at least for the next couple of days, I would imagine. Reporting in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, back to you.
I feel like it is concerning to hear that they are putting those spot fires out. I think everybody got a little sense of relief over the weekend, not seeing the smoke nearly as bad, but they're having to be on it, especially as those winds pick up.
Barry, thank you.
Yep.
All right, well, firefighters are fighting those hot spots along the northern edge of the Palisades fire now, and assignment manager Mark Liu is at the desk where he's been monitoring where fire crews are working exactly. Mark, this is a big question for a lot of people.
Yeah, Jamie and Rudabeh. So I was able to monitor a CAL FIRE conference that they gave to their own firefighters on the fire line, and they are actually changing some of the missions of the firefighters in order to secure the entire perimeter of the Palisades fire from end to end. And I want to show you on my map where these missions are changing and what they're doing. So we have seen the footprint of the Palisades fire all week. And I'm going to go through what firefighters are now doing differently as this fire is beginning to lay down. First, the commander said that this flank of the fire, all along here, the flames are looking really good. There are really not any active flames there. So the firefighters on this flank, they are going to be working on strengthening the containment lines there to make sure, they call it strengthening the contingency lines, to make sure that the fire does not break out or spark up or flare up. Now, the firefighters assigned to this flank of the fire are still fighting hotspots. All along here, here, and here, there continue to be some smoldering earth areas and hotspots. They want to make sure that they get those doused out completely, and that the community of Mandeville Canyon here and the community right here south of Tarzana is safe. They are not going to get any expansion of the fire. Then the firefighters that are along the southern flank here. This is a new mission. They are going to be going into the homes in the burned out areas of Palisades and Malibu. They say they're going to be looking for anything dangerous in those homes. Any examples of broken gas lines, broken water lines, any hot spots in those debris and rubble. They need to go area by area to make sure that those homes are safe, because eventually people are going to have to go back into those areas. There's a lot of destruction there, and they're going to be surveying all of it. And then finally, on this end of the fire here, there's not a tremendous amount of work to be done because that end burned all the way up to the Franklin Fire burn scar. So there will be firefighters going up and down this area, making sure that there is not any sort of hot spots. But they think that that area of this fire is pretty well contained. But you can see this entire perimeter now being worked in various missions by various members of different fire agencies in order to get this fire completely contained, controlled, and hopefully repopulate some of those areas of Pacific Palisades and Malibu. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Well, it's concerning, too, because the one line you're showing where the hot spots are located is near the 405. People still on edge after this weekend, Mark. Thank you. The time right now, 9:15. Still to come, the impact of the fires extends far beyond physical destruction. The damage and loss are taking a toll on our mental health, especially with kids. Just ahead, we'll speak with an expert on how communities can cope and heal.
And just a short time ago, LA County and city officials gave us the latest on the ongoing firefight, and they warned of that new round of severe winds that could trigger an explosive fire growth.
And I'm tracking those winds hour by hour for you with our next weather futurecast. And we will be looking at where the areas will be hit the hardest and how high those winds will get over the next 3 days. We'll be right back. Good Monday morning. I'm meteorologist Marina Jurica here at 9:18. We are looking at the strongest wind gusts, where we'll pretty much see the strongest wind gusts during this entire next Santa Ana wind event. So some trouble spots as we head into up to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts already this morning. Start out in the Santa Clarita Valley, head into portions of the western Santa Monica Mountains, moving through Simi Valley, Fillmore, Porter Ranch, heading down to Camarillo, as well as Ventura and down into the Malibu coastline. And so that's where we will see the strongest winds with this event. We've got winds of up to almost 35 miles per hour now throughout the Inland Empire from San Bernardino, Chino, Riverside, down into Santa Ana, coming in at about 20 miles per hour. So we have a wind advisory which encompasses pretty much our entire viewing area except for downtown LA and the coast for wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour. And that is now through Tuesday morning. And then, of course, we've got another round coming in on Tuesday into Wednesday that we're going to have to watch out for. High wind warning from now through 4 a.m. Tuesday in that trouble spot from Ventura, Oxnard, heading into Agora Hills. You can see throughout the Santa Clarita Valley and into western Los Angeles County. And of course, the red flag warning for the entire viewing area, pretty much except for downtown LA and the coast. This will be really until we see some substantial rain, which won't be happening in the near future. Strong winds, and of course, when those Santa Anas drive in, very low humidity. It just sucks all the moisture out, and that's what we're going to be looking at pretty critically over the next 24 hours. So extreme fire conditions, much cooler weather as we move towards the weekend, but as promised, putting forward our next weather future cast for winds, we can see the bullseye in that region from Santa Clarita Valley down towards the coastline. This is at 10 a.m. That extends all the way through the morning and then moving just lightly at about 20 to 40 miles per hour throughout the San Gabriel Mountains and then continuing throughout the Inland Empire as we move into Tuesday morning. I'll have those 7 days for you coming up, so just stay with us. Back to you, Jamie and Rutabe.
Marina, thank you. And the devastating and deadly wildfires have displaced thousands in Southern California. Many have lost everything in the flames, and the mental health impacts are very real as we all deal with what we've witnessed over the past week. Dr. Lisa Demora is an author and clinical psychologist who specializes in the development of kids, and she's here to talk to us now about the emotional aspects of these catastrophic wildfires. Lisa, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So, of course, this is leaving us all super anxious, super concerned, especially the kids. So how can we help them navigate what's happened and the threat that still exists?
So as a first step, we can reassure them that they're probably having a reaction that makes very good sense. I think kids worry that there's something wrong with them if they're upset or that they're supposed to feel happy. I think in times like this to say to them, if you are feeling anxious, if you are feeling sad, if you are feeling frightened, if you're feeling unsure, that is exactly what you're supposed to be feeling right now, because this is really, really not okay. You're having the right reaction. It's actually proof that you work perfectly. Those uncomfortable, unwanted feelings are not grounds for concern. We're here to help you manage them, but you don't have to be upset about being upset.
And I heard from someone say, don't reassure them if you're not able to, right? Like, don't tell them everything's okay if you don't feel that everything's okay, and kind of limit what they're seeing on TV.
Absolutely. Our kids know us really well. And if we're not being entirely honest, they'll be able to detect that just because they have lived with us, their lives and can tell when we're not telling them the whole story. And it is true. We do want to limit how much they are exposed to news, how much they're exposed to upsetting information. What they've already been through is far too much. And so the less they have to deal with, the better. So really thinking about ourselves as being a steady presence for our kids, being honest with our kids, and also limiting how much upsetting content they come into contact with.
And for everyone in Southern California, we keep talking about how this is a community-wide event that has touched everyone here. Most of us know people who have lost their homes, who have lost their businesses, at the very least maybe are evacuated. What can we do to reassure each other, and what do we say to people in a situation like that when we want to help?
So if you're offering help, be specific. Don't say, what can I do? People who are in this situation are so overwhelmed, they probably don't even know where to start. So offer concrete, specific things. Say, do you want to come to our house for dinner? Or, I saw that my neighbor is giving away a whole bunch of clothes. I think some of them may be exactly, your size. They may work for you. Do you want me to bring some of those over to you? Be helpful in concrete ways. The other thing I would say for families who are in this, the distress is a done deal. Of course you are upset, and of course your kids are upset. Focus on coping. Focus on healthy coping. Coping in ways that brings relief and doesn't come at a cost. Crying is healthy coping. It's okay to cry. Crying is how we relieve ourselves. It's actually something that resets the central nervous system. And if your kids see you crying, you can say to them, yeah, I'm crying because this is really sad, and it's okay for us to be sad. We're supposed to be sad right now, and crying helps me feel better. And so you don't need to worry about me. This is part of me working towards feeling better.
I think there are so many of us feeling so many different things. I know I even feel guilty at certain stages of the day that I have not had to evacuate my house. I'm okay. But living in this community, having people impacted directly who I know and love, what are the things you say and don't say? You want to be sensitive here. People have good intentions, but often say the wrong thing or feel guilty that they haven't been impacted the way they think they should or be processing that in some way.
Well, what I would say is, steer clear of false reassurance or sunny optimism for people who are not feeling that way right now. That's not going to help them feel better. And I would say to the degree that you feel some guilt or sort of survivor's guilt, of escaping this, that's fine. Feel it on your own time. When you are around people who have really been through the worst of this, do not make it about you. Really focus on what you can do for them. And I think the kinds of things that we can say are, look, this is really bad, and I am so sorry for what you've been through. I don't know where this is headed. You don't know where this is headed, but what I can tell you is that I'm going to be here to offer support every step of the way. I'm not going to leave you as you find your way through this.
Great advice.
Thank you so much. Really, really good advice. I think so many people, including us, just don't know what to say, where to go, how to cope. So really helpful information. Thank you so much. Still to come, we have other big stories happening in the world, including the upcoming confirmation hearings for members of the incoming Trump administration.
And a powerful earthquake shook up Japan this morning. We're going to tell you how big the earthquake was and what people there are told to now stay away from. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration is a week from today, and some of his picks for top cabinet positions will spend the next few days in tough questioning on Capitol Hill. 13 cabinet picks will face confirmation hearings this week, and the process kicks off one of the most controversial, Pete Hegseth, who is up for Secretary of Defense. Senators who have held a number of private meetings with cabinet picks are now preparing to scrutinize them in public.
A powerful earthquake has rocked the island of Kyushu in southwestern Japan. A magnitude 6.9 quake triggered tsunami warnings for areas nearby. Authorities have urged locals not to enter the sea or approach the coast until the advisory is lifted. The earthquake hit around 9 p.m. local time. So far, no reports on damage. We will, though, of course, continue to follow this and give you updates as they come in.
The time right now is 9:28, and still to come, most schools closed due to the wildfires have now reopened.
And many parents say that is a sign of progress. We'll tell you what they're telling us as they get their kids back to at least some sense of normal.
There is growing anger and frustration among residents who have been evacuated and kept away from their homes. A battalion chief from CAL FIRE explains why those orders are still in place.
Plus, there's a different kind of threat emerging from the wildfires, skyrocketing prices on rentals. Up next, we're going to speak with an expert on how not to get ripped off.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome back. This is KCAL News Mornings at 9.
And here's what we have happening right now. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through tomorrow.
The LA fire chief says all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area are prepared.
The anticipated winds combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster.
The Canadian Super Scooper that was grounded because it was hit by a civilian drone has been repaired and is expected to fly again tomorrow. And a scare for a Fairfax neighborhood as a palm tree exploded into flames. Assignment manager Mark Liu is at the desk with the SkyCal video. Mark.
Yeah, this is probably really alarming for the people who lived in this Fairfax district neighborhood this morning as they looked out their windows and saw a fire right outside their front window, especially with everything that's been going on and the winds. SkyCal got video of this firefight. They were actually over in the Pacific Palisades area looking at the damage. When they looked to the east and saw a smoke plume coming up, they rushed right over here to Fuller and Melrose in the Fairfax district area and saw this. It's a fully engulfed palm tree. Now, everyone on edge is on edge here in Southern California, including the neighbors of this neighborhood. The very first people to run out there were people with garden hoses. You're going to see it here in just a second. There were some people who actually grabbed their own garden hose and got to work putting out this fire on their own because they know firefighters are stretched so thin, and in these winds, you cannot let a fire spread. So one of the first law enforcement airships overhead was an LAPD chopper. They saw this as well. They directed in the fire department. You can see those people down there. They had some fire. They had their own garden hoses out. And there you see LA City Fire arrived on scene and was able to get that palm tree fire out without spreading to any buildings or anything else, which is great news because we just don't need any more fires right now, especially with the wind conditions. There's really no information on a cause for this palm tree fire. There weren't any power lines in the area, but an arson team is going to get to work on that and see how that started this morning. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you. Most schools are back open this morning as conditions improved in the disaster zones.
KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live in Santa Monica with how students are feeling about returning to class with these fires still burning. Tina.
Well, you know, some of the families who were dropping their kids off today tell me they are still in evacuation areas, still in temporary housing, but they felt like it was important to come back here and have school resume because they say it is a sign of progress. As you said, most of the schools in Santa Monica reopened today, although there are concerns about air quality. So some students were wearing masks as they walked in. Some parents were bringing in extra air filters for the classrooms. District officials are operating on an inclement weather schedule, which means outdoor activities will be limited today, but they say the schools have been cleaned and it is safe for students and staff to be back. Parents tell us it's nice for their kids to see their friends again and have a sense of normal after such a stressful week.
It was really emotional. You know, he's a little bit too young to really understand things, but he's a little bit older, and so, you know, he had some tears and stuff like that. It was really scary, and it's important to explain to kids that, you know, that scary things happen and it's normal to feel scared and have these feelings, you know. And I'm just grateful our home was safe and our neighborhood right over there was safe, you know, and I'm really praying for everyone who's lost their homes and everything like that. It's a really intense thing, and it made me really grateful for everything that we have, you know.
A lot of families have been having tough conversations over the past week. Now, the LA Unified School District, they're also reopening most of their schools today after cleaning air filters, clearing out debris over the weekend. There are more than a half dozen schools still in evacuation areas that are going to remain closed, and some schools did suffer fire damage, so district officials say they're figuring out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and reopen those. As we come back out here live, I want to show you in front of Franklin Elementary School here in Santa Monica. A local denim company is actually setting up some boxes right now. They said at 11 a.m. they are going to be open for fire victims who need clothing to come by and get that. So it definitely is not back to normal, but at least students are in class, they're with their teachers, they're with their friends, and they're able to see that everyone is okay. One of the parents was telling me that not only were kids that were evacuated last week worried about themselves, they were worried about their friends. So coming back, seeing that everybody is okay is hopefully a sense to make things feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
I'll send it back to you.
Tina, thank you.
All right, those who have been evacuated are frustrated that they still can't go home. A CAL FIRE battalion chief says while you may not be able to see any visible flames or smoke, the situation inside those fire zones is still too dangerous.
Part of the reason we're keeping evacuation orders in place is not only because of fire risk, but it's also because we have down power lines, which are potentially live, unknown status of gas lines, and every bit of that ash that it's out there is toxic with petroleum products from the houses that burned. So it is an unsafe place for families to be. I would ask the public for patience because we are protecting you from toxic ash, toxic gases, and for those buildings that are still half standing, those buildings could easily collapse at any moment, leading to additional risk of death.
Fire officials also note that we still have red flag conditions through Wednesday, which could reignite those flames in the burn areas.
For the past few days, we've been hearing from fire victims who lost everything in the fires. I was in the Pacific Palisades on Thursday when residents started coming back to see what was left of their homes. Here's what some of them had to say.
The Palisades is a really, really, really beautiful place. Doesn't look so beautiful today, but it's a beautiful place.
They just gave up on not only here. You had firefighters, coming from all across towns and other counties and running out of water. They're just standing around, talking to each other and maybe trying to put a spot fire out with a traffic cone.
There's people that should have been prepared for this after it's happened multiple times over the years.
What really is at the core of the community, it will be back, because that heart and soul that is Pacific Palisades, the fire couldn't destroy that.
And Brian there, his family has owned the house in the Palisades for 80 years. He now lives in the home that his parents lived in. They have these beautiful orange trees in front. A lot of people may know the house because if you go out for the 4th of July parade, it's one a lot of people take pictures in front of and that type of thing. So it was obviously a wide range of emotions from people who are impacted by these fires in the Palisades. And there's anger, sadness, grief,
and will be for such a long time, as so many other people have not been able to go back to their homes yet, especially in the Eaton Canyon area. So.
All right, let's get to Marina Jurka now with a look at our next weather forecast and the concerns over those upcoming winds.
And Jamie and Ruta Bay, once again, we are seeing our next Santa Ana wind event starting to push in, and we've already got wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour in one of the harder areas, the targeted areas for this next wind event, which is starting out in the I-5 corridor, heading down towards the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, areas around Fillmore, moving down towards Camarillo, Ventura, Oxnard, moving to the Malibu coastline. We are going to see those wind gusts right now of up to 50 miles per hour, and then in the Inland Empire down into central Orange County around Santa Ana until 35 miles per hour. So the strongest areas hit with this next wind event, which is coming up today and into tomorrow, will be the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando, western Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore, and the I-5 corridor. So those are the areas at highest risk with this next event. And we can take a look at the Santa Clarita Valley, which will be peaking in winds through about 4 o'clock. And then we'll see a little bit of a lull. And then once again, peaking early tomorrow morning throughout the day on our Tuesday, compared to Pasadena, which won't be dealing with strong winds, really up to 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts expected into this area, which will be good for those firefighting efforts continuing for the Eaton fire. Temperatures right now, we started out really cool. We were in the 30s and 40s in some areas, teens in the Antelope Valley. Now we've warmed things up into the 50s, and we will be in the 60s as we head into the day today. As promised, let's take a look at those 7 days for the Inland Empire. Blustery all the way through Wednesday, and then we'll be looking at much cooler temperatures as we move into the weekend into the low 60s. Blustery in the valleys through Wednesday, and then those 70s will get knocked down into the mid 60s as we push into the weekend and get the benefits of that cold front, giving us at least a little bit cooler temperatures. And then as we move into the LA and OC metro area, you can see temperatures cool into the upper 50s as we head into next week. But I cannot stress enough, we want to make sure that we are cognizant of the fire threat and do everything we can that new fires do not start over the next few days. Back to you.
Absolutely.
California's Attorney General says anyone who engages in price gouging will be held accountable.
But that hasn't stopped some landlords from jacking up the price of rent as fire victims struggle to find temporary housing.
Some of the big property owners, landlords, are on autopilot with algorithms that set their prices based on supply and demand. If the algorithm is setting prices that go up more than 10% from the price before the declaration of emergency, you're violating the law. You need to change your algorithm or take it down or set prices some other way. If you're a mom and pop and you're raising the prices because you can, you can't. You can't raise it more than 10% right now. It's time for us to think about the victims, what their suffering, their pain, their challenges, help them recover, not take advantage of them by raising prices.
On your sides, Christine Lazar is going to join us now with more on what local realtors are doing to find people housing and call out those bad actors. Christine?
Yeah, Jamie, with thousands displaced, it's been a mad scramble to find housing, and a group of local realtors started noticing that an alarming number of listings had their prices recently raised, often by thousands of dollars. And I'm joined now live by Lauren Ravitz of Berkshire Hathaway and Samira Tapia from Compass. And Samira, I want to start with you. You looked at 400 rentals and saw that 147 of them had increased their prices.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Since January 7th, so since the fires, we looked into this deeply, and I looked at the data just to really understand it. It really started when one of our clients who had lost everything. Their house had burned down to the ground, and they were driving over to see a rental, and we were looking at the price history and were absolutely shocked. Later that evening, it just really didn't sit right with me, and so I ended up going on the MLS and running that data.
And what kind of increases are you seeing?
We are seeing, so most of the increases were over 10%, all the way up to 81%.
81%. Mm-hmm. Now, Lauren, I know you've kind of dropped everything and you're trying to help people find housing. What kind of hurdles are these fire victims facing when they're trying to find a place for them to move into?
Well, I think the biggest hurdle is the unknown, right? They don't know if they can go back to their home that's still standing. They don't know what their cap rate is for their insurability. So they don't know if they should be signing 6-month leases, 1-year leases, and then on top of the lack of inventory in the market, the competitive nature, the price gouging, it's just all encompassing.
And I want you to tell me about, when you're trying to track down these rentals, how quickly are they going?
Very quick. We were at a showing yesterday that had, I think, 17 appointments. I was at another one that had 28 appointments. Everyone is there and they know each other because we're working with mainly the Palisades victim and the victims, and we can't, it's just impossible.
Is there going to be enough housing to go around for both the Palisades and the Eaton, and then people also who just don't want to return to these areas because they don't think it's safe?
I think it really remains to be seen from what I'm seeing, and Samira, you can speak to it. I think there's a lot of pivoting going on. I think there's homes that haven't sold that are now considering leasing. Airbnb owners are canceling on their prospective future reservations to make way for victims, and people are just pivoting to other areas and considering other options.
And what advice would you have for those who are out there looking? How do you not be victimized all over again when it comes to price gouging?
There are hundreds of real estate agents in Los Angeles who are working for free in order to help victims find homes. Most of us really didn't work leasing before, so this is all new to us as well. But we are helping as many people find things as possible. An important thing is we as realtors have information that regular people don't. We can look up to make sure that a rental is really owned by someone specific, to make sure that it's a real rental. Also, you can take a look at the price history and see if the price has been changed since January 7th. That's a good indicator. There is some nuance to this. Sometimes the price has been raised for a good reason, such as perhaps they have now a furnishings package included, and furnishing, especially a larger home, can be thousands and thousands of dollars, so that's justified. And in some cases, an additional structure has been included, such as maybe they're now including the ADU, because what we've really found is there are very limited rentals for multi-generational larger families.
And Lauren, one more question for you. I know you've just been making these spreadsheets with all these different properties that you're seeing. You're not making money off of this. You're doing this to help, your fellow Angelinos. If people can't find a listing, what's a good way to find something that maybe isn't, online?
Well, I mean, obviously we're hearing through word of mouth people who are giving up their back houses, or people that are moving to a second home or to another location to give that up. But I think that, as Samira said, not everything is on the MLS. They are on third-party sites. So we, with 150 agents, we call ourselves the Lady Realtors. We have this internal list that we're just circulating and really just sending the consumer direct to the owner or that agent, because our goal is to, just find people a home.
All right, and it's amazing what you guys are doing. I think we keep saying it, it's an unprecedented time. We're all pivoting. I know you guys don't usually do leases, but this is what you're doing, and hopefully we rebuild and we move forward, but it's going to take some time. So thank you for joining us on the air this morning. And if you want to follow Samira and her efforts to call out price gouging, also Lauren has lots of lists on her social media for those who are looking for housing. They both do. You can just go to our website, kcal.com, and click on Seen on TV, and we'll have all that information for you. Rudabeh.
Okay, great information. Thank you all. Still to come, many eager to help those affected by the wildfires, but not all donations are equally helpful. Find out what's needed and what's not.
And I'm Chris Hayrie in Carson. The LA Galaxy donation drive is underway. Coming up, how you can help. We'll see you in a bit.
Plus, the world-famous Magic Castle is hosting a community event for those affected by the wildfires. We're going to tell you what they have planned and who can attend for free food and donations. So many people have stepped up to help in this time of crisis. Donations have been pouring in all weekend for victims at Santa Anita Park. Look at that. There was such a big response. Volunteers had to stop accepting drop-offs so they can start focusing on sorting through the items they have to make it easier for victims to find what they need.
When I came down here, I was blown away just how much the community is pulling together and how amazing it truly is. And just to see each person, they're just pouring their love and their energy into every single thing that they're doing. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Anyone who has been affected by the fires can pick up clothing and supplies from now until Wednesday. As the wildfires caused new devastation this morning across Southern California, volunteers are helping amid the heartbreak.
And today you can give at a new donation drive opening in Los Angeles for fire survivors. KCAL sports anchor Chris Hayrie is live in Carson at Legends Pizza with what items they're asking for. Chris, good morning.
Guys, good morning. Great to be with you. You know, we're seeing the best of Los Angeles this morning here in Carson. The LA Fires donation drive put on by the MLS Cup champs, the LA Galaxy. Very pleased to be joined by Gabe Osoyo, Director of Community Relations and the Galaxy Foundation. And Gabe, just why don't you explain to me why this was important for the Galaxy to put this together?
It's important for the LA Galaxy to put this together because we're very thankful for our fans and community. They asked us, how can we help? And we said, you know what, let's come together and have a fires donation drive to collect supplies. And the community needed us. They reached out, so we stepped up. And we're here Monday and Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. collecting supplies and donations and taking them straight to the Anderson Munger Koreatown YMCA.
You know, we saw a steady stream of people to start at 9 a.m. Explain what people need and what people are giving.
So we are working, as I mentioned, with the Anderson Munger YMCA, which is a resource center and distribution center with the LA Fire Department. We have a very specific list. If you go to lagalaxy.com/LA Fire Relief, we are accepting hygiene products, feminine hygiene products, waters, perishable food, cereal, baby formula, and they were very adamant on the supplies that they need. So we are following suit on what can be donated.
We saw somebody with a huge pallet of water, which is right behind us. And, you know, what I love about this, Gabe, is that these are all Galaxy employees. We got people from different functions of the business. The fact that you see your fellow employees coming out here and dedicating their time today, what does that mean to you?
It's amazing. One of my close nonprofit friends says it takes us to save us. And our front office stepped up big time. Our supporter groups held a donation drive this past weekend, so we're collecting stuff from them. Season ticket members, fans are all coming in waves. It's a huge joint effort. Our nonprofit partners coming tomorrow with the box trips to deliver. We couldn't do it without the community, the fans, and everything. So we're just excited that, unfortunately, during these times, but everyone's coming together for a good purpose in LA.
Yep. Well, we're going to be here all morning, and then the drive is till 4 o'clock today, guys, and we'll see you next hour.
Everyone stepping up. It's so nice to see. Chris, thank you. The Lakers will play tonight at home for the first time since the fires began. The team is hosting a donation drive to support community relief efforts as well. So you have 3 opportunities this week. The Lakers play at Crypto tonight, Wednesday, and Friday. And here's what they're looking for. Non-food items like deodorant, toothpaste, toothbrushes, lotion, dry shampoo, phone chargers, socks, mittens, hand warmers, beanies, and blankets. And they're also looking for food items like peanut and other nut butters, protein-based snacks, crackers, trail mix, fruit snacks, energy bars, and pop-up tuna and chicken cans, and 100% juice boxes.
One of the most cherished gathering spots in Hollywood is holding a community event as well. The Magic Castle is turning its parking lot into a distribution center tomorrow, Tuesday, between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. The business will be handing out sandwiches, chips, and cookies for people impacted by the fires. Donated goods will also be available there. And of course, KCAL cares about all of the fire victims. We're partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
And let's head over now to Jasmine Beal to see what's coming up on the 10 at 10.
Good morning. Here are some of the stories that we are tracking for you this morning. He's a social media sensation who felt compelled to help fire victims. We're going to speak to the Dogist to see how he's lending a hand in the wake of tragedy. Plus, an incredible find after an immense loss. We'll show you what firefighters went looking for in the rubble of the Palisades fire after a family begged for their help. That and more when we see you on the 10 at 10.
Now to some comforting news we can all use right now. Our Big Bear Eagles, Jackie and Shadow, have been building their nest, and we're seeing mating. Woohoo! That means we are officially on egg watch. Over the last couple of days, the Eagles have been showing all signs that will happen any day. Last year, you may remember, Jackie laid 3 eggs. However, none of them hatched.
I know.
So
we're
better
going to
luck
focus on
next
the
year.
future.
We're going to focus
future.
on good news right
Yes.
now, Jackie and Shadow.
I love their faces.
Thanks for watching KCAL News Mornings at 9.
And the 10 at 10 starts right now.
Now at 10, as wildfires continue to devastate parts of Southern California, we're getting an update on the Palisades fire nearly 1 week since it ignited. Plus, as containment rises slowly with both fires, we're live in Altadena, where residents are frustrated because they can't access their neighborhoods. Plus, help and support is pouring in from across the region. We'll see how SoCal is pulling together to help fire victims rebuild after such tragedy.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome here to the 10 at 10. I'm Jasmine Beal in for Amy Johnson. Let's get right to the latest information on those wildfires. The Palisades fire now 14% contained after burning more than 23,000 acres. 5 people have died. Santa Monica has been downgraded, though, to some evacuation warnings. Now to the Eaton fire, which has torched 14,000 acres, but firefighters have contained a third of its perimeter. It's now 33% contained, 21 deaths have been reported. And we do have team coverage for you this hour. We have reporters Barry Pintar, Amanda Starantino, Tina Patel. They are all standing by across SoCal with the latest. Also, our Mark Liu is at the desk to talk about progress on the Palisades fires. But first, we want to begin with our meteorologist, Amber Lee, with what we can expect, Amber, with the winds this week.
That's right. So winds again in our forecast, and we are definitely looking at extreme fire danger once again, just because of how dry the winds are going to continue to push through all that dry air into Southern California. Take a look. We're especially looking at areas like Santa Clarita, Agoura Hills, and also Oxnard, and then up over the mountains of the San Gabriel Mountains at the very top, not in the lower elevations. But in the lower elevations, we are still looking at fire danger as well. So you can see everything that we have in red, and then the elevated fire danger for all those other areas outlying everything else in Southern California. And right now the winds are really starting to crank up. So we're going to start to see some really strong winds this afternoon. We're already seeing 50-mile-per-hour gusts in Simi Valley, 46 for Santa Clarita. Take a look at this pocket of purple. So it goes from Acton and then into the Santa Clarita Valley and then just to the north of Burbank. We're looking at those really strong gusts picking up again. 46-mile-per-hour gusts for Camarillo, and then you'll notice that the gusts are also starting to pick up through the Inland Empire, pushing into Orange County, where Santa Ana right now looking at gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Well, coming up, my next weather forecast, I'll tell you when peak winds will be arriving, how strong they're going to get, and when things will finally start to calm down.
Yeah, we really need to know that. All right, Amber, thanks so much. Story number 1, firefighters are on alert across Southern California as they are bracing for those winds. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar has been helping us cover the Palisades fire, and this morning live in Brentwood, Barry, where firefighters are ready for what happens today.
They are ready in a big way, and I'm going to show that to you. But yeah, all eyes on the wind. I've been watching the palm trees behind me and some of the trees, how they're swaying. We were up in the canyons a little earlier. They were really going, but they'll kick up from time to time. We're understanding wind speeds up to about 40 miles per hour up there. But take a look. Certainly, quickly look this way. You can only see so far in terms of the fire trucks. But if you look down the street, as far as the eye can see, there are fire vehicles. Why? Because Cal Fire have these vehicles on standby, ready to hit the canyons because of these Santa Ana winds we're expecting to find. The National Storm Center has predicted the weather forecast for this area into the extreme critical category. That's a scale 3 out of a 3. Wind speeds tomorrow up to 70 miles per hour. Now, just in terms of comparison, last Tuesday, hurricane speed gusts up to 100 miles per hour, but still 70, as you all were talking earlier, enough to ground aircraft. So they want to be ready with all of these boots on the ground, all these vehicles ready to go in case something flares up. And I just want to talk about that flares up for a moment, because as we know, this area is completely evacuated. We are, by the way, right at the corner of Sunset and Mandeville Canyon Road. The area is completely evacuated. Power is off. People are frustrated to get back in, saying things like, "It looks fine to me," but let me assure you, it is not fine. As recently as 2 hours ago, when we were up in the canyon, I interviewed the battalion chief who was up in that canyon keeping track of the roads, and he said, "Barry, fires are popping up all the time up here, even now. Not big fires, but little pop-up fires in yards of neighborhoods." The guy's telling me, though, that's why they're there. The minute they have it, they extinguish it. Why are these fires still popping up? Take a listen to what he told me.
They're intense. We have a burning index, which is a percentage of an ember flies. And so like yesterday, if an ember hit the green, if you will, 60 to 65% chance that will start a new fire. So that's what we're really concerned about, and that's why they're keeping resources here. Because as you can see, there's not too much smoke, because the aircraft did a lot of good work, and the guys did a lot of good work, and the crews went in there. But that's the big piece, is the winds, and they can blow embers, 2 miles away. Wow. I went on the Cedar Fire down in San Diego, and I mean, we were seeing spots 5-6 miles away. So same thing here. I mean, the fire jumped. I mean, if you look at Pacific Coast Highway, the fire jumped 5 lanes. That's huge. That's massive. So that's the concern.
Okay, so in case you're wondering, yes, there are still issues going on up in that canyon throughout really this whole Palisades fire area. I'll leave you with one more thing. A lot of people are still going back to this question: how did this fire start in the first place? Let me assure you, the answer is we don't know yet. When I say we, I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about the entirety of the investigative unit trying to find this out as well. But what we do know is they are now bringing in the ATF to take over that investigation, not just to investigate the Palisades fire, but all of the fires all over Southern California in terms of why they happened. So, guys, I'm going to toss it back to you. I want you to know my ears kind of stopped working here. I'm not going to be able to hear any questions, but we'll be with you in the next half hour, making sure we give you the absolute latest, up-to-the-minute information. Reporting in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pinchard, KCAL News. Back to you.
It's so good to see those reinforcements behind Barry. I mean, I've seen just caravans of firefighters arriving as I drive down the freeways, the 210 coming from, as San Diego still, other states. So it's very good to see that. Firefighters, they are fighting those hot spots, as Barry mentioned, also along the northern edge of the Palisades fire. Assignment Manager Mark Liu is at the desk where, Mark, you've been monitoring where fire crews are working.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jazz. The Palisades fire looking a lot better, but there are still some hot spots that need to be mopped up, particularly in the northeast flank near Mandeville Canyon. Now, I was able to monitor a CAL FIRE briefing that the top division commanders gave to their commanders in the field today about some changing missions for firefighters in the Palisades area, and I want to explain to you what that means for everyone in the communities of Malibu and Pacific Palisades. If you come out to my map, I'm going to show you this image that we have been looking at for the better part of a week here. This is the footprint of the Palisades fire, and I'm going to draw on the map here and tell you where these firefighters are working and what their missions are. First, in that CAL FIRE briefing, they say this flank, the northern flank here, the firefighters assigned to this flank today are going to be working on strengthening their containment lines. They want to make sure that the fire does not proceed any further to the north. They have not seen a lot of fire activity here, but they want to double and triple check and make sure that it does not continue to move in any direction there. Then we have firefighters on this flank, the northeast flank. They are continuing an attack on the hot spots here in the Mandeville Canyon area and here in the Sylvia Park area. Now, the hot spots are small, but they do exist. They want to make sure that they get those out and that this does not proceed any further. Then, a new mission for firefighters here along the southern flank, all the way through Pacific Palisades and the Malibu area. These firefighters today have been tasked with going into regions that have been heavily devastated by this fire. They're going to be going through a lot of the destroyed homes and looking for dangerous things that they need to take care of, like broken gas lines or water mains that are broken, or perhaps anything there that could stop the repopulation effort. And they want to make sure that they get anything dangerous out of that area. Then finally, The firefighters on this flank here, the most western flank, their job is to patrol up and down to make sure that the fire does not progress any further in that direction, but they're very hopeful it won't, because the burn scar of the Franklin fire is here. There's really not that much else to burn. Now, coming back out here live to me, this is an all-day operation, and one thing, Jasmine, I'll tell you, there aren't a lot of aerial assets overhead right now, the Palisades fire, simply because they're really not needed. The hand crews are taking care of those hot spots in Mandeville Canyon. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Such hard work. All right, Mark, thanks so much. Story number 2. On day 6 of these Southern California wildfires, those affected by the Eaton fire want to know when they can return. According to one sheriff's official, it could be weeks. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino live in Altadena with why it will take so long, Amanda.
Well, Jasmine, as you know, you've been out here. It is dangerous to be out here. There's still no power. There's no utilities, and you still are being blocked access to any road here by the National Guard and law enforcement. But I do want to show you right behind these burned homes, which is just devastating to see, utility crews working on some power poles out there. So good news, that is positive, because the faster they can do their work, the faster the people whose homes are still standing can come back home. But we pressed the sheriff last night that was at the Pasadena City College for the meeting, for the community meeting, about when people can come home. This is what he had to say.
I will say, for some of the areas that has not been damaged as much as others, days. There are some areas that there's extensive damage, and I can't give a timeline. It could be weeks.
Not the news that people want to hear, but the Eaton fire has burned around 7,000 structures. The fire now 33% contained, burned more than 14,000 acres. So far, 16 people have been found dead. A little bit on the current firefight. Some of the areas of the fire are inaccessible on the ground. That's like Bear Canyon, Mount Markham, and near the reservoir. There's really rugged and steep terrain there, making it the most difficult firefighters have seen. Aircraft has to be used there. More work needs to be done on the south end of the fire. The heaviest impact of the fire has obviously been Altadena. Fire crews and utility workers are working hard to mop up and secure the communities there. Using a mobile retardant plant, they have this portable tank that they set up at Mount Wilson that allows firefighters to use retardant from the tank to drop on the areas of concern. So as of Sunday afternoon, when it comes to evacuations, the first mandatory evacuation orders were lifted for an unincorporated county area of the Altadena community. That neighborhood is south of New York, east of Hill Street, and west of Altadena Drive. So if you live in that area, south of New York, east of Hill Street, and west of Altadena Drive, you can't go back to your homes. Everywhere else, still under mandatory evacuation zones. It is unsafe to enter. So if you come back out to us live here, we're starting to see a little bit of hope in Altadena in the parts that people can come. So I was just standing in front of those homes that were burnt down, but one over. This house is still standing on the corner of Woodbury and Glenrose, and look what they've done. This community has come together. It's absolutely beautiful. But Kim Jones here, she was just walking by to try to, were you trying to see your home?
Well, I have a neighbor there. I just wanted to check and make sure that he was okay and see my house.
And your house is no longer there.
My house is gone. It's just devastating. 52 years of living in there, third generation. My mom's house, I lived there. My son lived there, and we just lost everything.
How are you guys doing?
We have shelter, so we have somewhere to go, but it's unreal to know that I don't have a home. He doesn't have a home. My mom doesn't have a home, and we've lost everything.
My goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say other than I'm so sorry. This is the stories of the families here, and this is why it's so beautiful. Kim, thank you so much. I do want to show what's going on here. So a donation drive, this home, they have no power, they have no water, they have no gas, but what they're doing, they have barely anything. They're hanging on by a thread, but they are giving back to their community everything for those that lost everything. So you just take a look at these donations here. Of course, you can come to the corner of Glenrose and Woodbury. Jose Velasquez is the one over there. He's putting this donation drive together for everybody. There's water. I'm seeing diapers, pet food, just supplies that you need for your pantry. If you need clothes, this is the place to come to right here in your community. Obviously, stores still are not open, but it's a good opportunity to try to get a little bit of something, maybe put you back up on your feet, make sure you're warm. It's been really cold in the morning, and this is just being put together by people that are still here just trying to make it work. So a beautiful gift from neighbors here just trying to help their neighbors. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Amanda, just incredible. Everyone trying to do something to help someone. We've seen so many of those makeshift donation centers just kind of pop up, and businesses wanting to do what they can, offering free meals, saying, come on by, we'll give you water, we'll give you food. Story number 3, during tragedies like this, scammers are coming out of the woodwork. LA County's top prosecutor has this stern warning for people who plan to take advantage of fire victims.
I applaud anyone who wants to donate to these causes, whether with money or services, but make sure that they are going to the right operations. And we're also going to see scams coming up with insurance proceeds. We're going to see scams coming up with government benefits. That if you go ahead and you want to rip off people and the system and governments that are trying to help the people who have suffered from these tragedies, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and we will seek maximum punishment against you.
So to safely make your donations, go to Emergency Network Los Angeles. That's enla.org or recovery.lacounty.gov. The 10 at 10 is just getting started here. Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom are facing backlash from the preparation and for the preparation of these wildfires, why some are calling for them to step down. Plus, a massive earthquake shakes Japan. We're going to check in on the aftermath of that shaking. And with less than a week until TikTok shuts down here in the U.S., we're also going to be checking in with what's next for the ill-fated social media app. Your 10 at 10 continues now with story number 4. A petition to oust LA Mayor Karen Bass is gaining steam. Now, she's one of 2 leaders potentially facing recall over their handling of these deadly fires. The other is Governor Gavin Newsom. Change.org has gathered more than 117,000 signatures in an effort to recall Bass. Saving California has reportedly collected about 27,000 signatures against Newsom and plans to formally serve recall papers in the next 2 weeks. Critics are asking, could more have been done to prevent the rapid spread of these flames? Meteorologist Amber Lee is standing by, joining us with that next weather forecast. And we want to know, yeah, I see those wind speeds behind you, Amber. Just how intense is this going to get?
All right, so it's not like what we're going to see this time like last week at all, but we're definitely looking at some really gusty winds, and this is your classic Santa Ana wind event. So what happened last week was we were sandwiched between two systems, so that's why we saw those really extreme conditions, and we even had some mountain waves. We could see mountain waves, but it's nothing like what we saw last week. It's going to probably stay a little bit higher up in the elevation, but here's a look at what's happening. We're already starting to see the winds cranking up, so definitely looking at some stronger winds as we head into the afternoon, but peak winds haven't even arrived yet. So we're looking at winds gusting up right now about 50 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 46 for Santa Clarita, and you can see pockets of purple. This is where we're seeing some of the strongest winds taking shape right now. So that means near the Acton area and just to the north of Burbank. Palmdale looking at gusts up to 24 miles per hour, and then the Inland Empire also looking at these gusts starting to pick up through San Bernardino going into Chino and then really shooting out toward Orange County. You can see Santa Ana right now at gusts about 35 miles per hour. So with the strong winds, you already know we haven't had a lot of rain this season, so it is very dry outside, and just like what we saw the last few days, when a new fire starts, it spreads fast just because we have all the ingredients right now. So the red flag warning will continue through about 6 p.m. as we head into Wednesday. So from now until the middle of the week, just know that we are under this extreme fire danger for most areas, especially in our usual wind-prone areas. And then what we're watching for is we're talking about a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event that's going to take place today, tomorrow, and into Wednesday morning. During this time, we're looking at dry conditions with low humidity. So again, favorable conditions for if a new fire were to start, it would spread fast. What we're looking ahead to is we're looking at the end of the week. This is where we get much cooler conditions and a little bit more of that moisture being injected back into the atmosphere. But again, it's still a few days away, so we just have to get past the next couple of days. For the Pacific Palisades, we are definitely looking at those high wind warnings in place. The good news is that a lot of the winds will be gusting up more to the west of Malibu, so more to the west of where the fire is burning. So this should help fire crews, but we're definitely looking at those gusts still picking up later on tonight into the overnight hours. Altadena, you're not looking at the strong gusts like what we saw last week, but we'll see occasional gusts here and there. But usually, traditionally, we don't see too much of those Santa Ana winds really affecting this community. But this is something that we're going to continue to monitor. But it's Santa Clarita where we're seeing those really strong gusts as we head toward the afternoon today. And you can see still pretty gusty even as we head into the overnight hours, kind of lays down a bit, and then it starts to ramp back up as we head into tomorrow morning. Our hour-by-hour wind gust shows that we will see these gusts picking up later on this afternoon. With the traditional wind gusts, we usually see it more in the afternoon. A little bit, it drops overnight, and then it starts to pick back up by tomorrow afternoon again. So smoke plumes with the Eaton fire. You can see with the winds that continues to come from the east and also northeast, it is still pushing all that smoke into areas like Glendale, downtown LA, and also toward the west side. And then we also have all that smoke coming in from the Pacific Palisades, but again, it's blowing a little bit more offshore because of the way those winds are coming in from the northeast. So air quality has improved tremendously compared to last week, and that's great news. You can see we have anywhere from good to moderate. Oxnard right now, though, we're looking at some unhealthy air. Extreme fire danger continues. We're really focusing on Santa Clarita, the Agoura Hills, the Oxnard area, and then also the top of the mountains of the San Gabriel Mountains. And then we're also looking at fire danger for parts of the Inland Empire because we do have a lot of those winds picking up, and then it also shoots out to inland Orange County. So here's a look at our future cast. You can see that this is where we're seeing some of the strongest winds today, just before the lunch hour, and then we'll continue to see a lot of it pushing into Ventura County. And then as we head into tomorrow, we'll continue to see more of the peak winds, and then we slowly start to see the winds subside as we head into Wednesday. But those winds are going to bring up those temperatures a little bit more by the middle of the week, and then all eyes are on the weekend because this is where the cooler weather arrives, upper 50s for LA and Orange County, and then for the Valley, 63 today, 72 by Wednesday. Jasmine.
All right, Amber, thanks so much. Ahead here on the 10 at 10, the countdown to Inauguration Day is also on. We're going to get an update from our nation's capital as the Trump team works to get the president-elect's cabinet together. This morning, a tsunami advisory is lifted after a 6.9 earthquake struck southwestern Japan, but officials are still urging locals to stay away from the water in the coast. Now, the epicenter was on the island of Kyushu, and the coastal city of Kochi was told to evacuate as a precaution. No reports on any damage yet, but officials are warning that aftershocks could come over the next week. Story number 5, we're 1 week away from President-elect Trump taking the oath of office, and many of his picks for his cabinet will face public scrutiny after weeks of private meetings. So starting tomorrow, more than a dozen of Trump's selections to run the nation's top agencies will take the hot seat in Senate confirmation hearings. That also includes Trump's controversial pick to run the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He's faced accusations of sexual misconduct, excessive drinking, and financial mismanagement while leading a veterans advocacy group. On Wednesday, Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi will have a hearing as Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department. So this could be TikTok's last week in the U.S. On Friday, the Supreme Court heard free speech arguments for keeping the app running here in the U.S., but multiple justices expressed concern about the amount of personal data that it has on Americans. That echoes the president and members of Congress, national security concerns about the Chinese-based app. So if the court doesn't extend the deadline for TikTok to find a U.S. buyer, it could shut down in the U.S. as soon as Sunday. Much more ahead here on the 10 at 10.
A sign of progress as some students near fire zones are returning to school today. We'll tell you what they are saying along with their parents.
Donations galore. Look at this sea of clothing, of other goods. We're going to check in on the operations at Santa Anita Park as volunteers work to help fire victims. And look at this heartwarming story emerging from the devastation of the Palisades fire. We'll show you what firefighters found in the rubble of a destroyed home.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome back here to the 10 at 10. I'm Jasmine Veal in for Amy Johnson, and here is a look at some of your top stories today. Story number one, the firefight. That these firefighters are still on, and they are on alert across Southern California as they are bracing for another Santa Ana wind event. Strong winds and low humidity are expected throughout the day. Story number two, we have bad news for those homes that are still standing, let's say in the Eaton fire zone, because law enforcement officials say there is no timeline for when those homeowners can actually go back to those homes that are standing. Bottom line, the fire zone is still too dangerous. Smoke, downed power lines, damaged gas lines, and this upcoming wind event, right, playing major roles in their decision to keep orders in place for now. Story number three, LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman is issuing a warning to scammers trying to take advantage of fire victims. He says if bad actors want to rip off people who have suffered, you will be arrested and face the consequences. He also warned those trying to help, make sure your services, your money, your time are going to legitimate sources. Now, speaking of those winds, we're going to check in with our meteorologist, Amber Lee. The next weather forecast. The winds are already picking up, but not what we saw last week, thank goodness.
That's right. So, you know, last week we were sandwiched between two systems that caused all these winds to come in from the north, from the northeast. Today, we're looking at that traditional Santa Ana wind event. So that's why in our usual wind-prone areas, Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, we're already starting to see the winds really cranking up. This is where we're seeing those gusts, up to 50 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 46 for Camarillo. You could see Santa Clarita, and then also we're starting to see some even stronger winds in these pockets right here. So areas like Acton 2, the Santa Clarita Valley, we're starting to see some really strong gusts through this corridor. Even the Burbank area starting to feel some gusts, and then also near the La Crescenta area. However, in Pasadena and Altadena, where the Eaton fire is burning, we're not seeing those type of winds at all. So traditionally, we don't really see those Santa Ana winds in that community. And what we're seeing right now is our traditional winds in these wind-prone areas from San Bernardino to Chino to Santa Ana. So they're starting to get a little bit stronger, and it's only going to get stronger as we head into the rest of the day. So this is the reason why not only are we talking about these Santa Ana winds, but we do have extreme fire danger. So red flag warnings in place through Wednesday. Today, this is what the focus really is on because of the really dry conditions from the winds, Santa Clarita to Agoura Hills to Oxnard, and then right over the tops of the San Gabriel Mountains. But you can see everywhere else, if you're not under that purple, you're either under red or some orange or tan. And that's because no matter what you're looking at, we're looking at this high fire danger in place just because we haven't had rain here in Southern California. Well, coming up, my next weather forecast, I'll tell you when peak winds are expected and when these winds will finally start to die down. Back to you.
Yeah, we want to know when those winds will stop. Most schools, they are back open this morning as conditions improved in the disaster zones. KCAL News reporter Tina Patel, she is live in Santa Monica with how students are feeling. Tina, about returning to class, of course, with these fires still burning.
Yeah, it's a lot of mixed emotions. Now, the Santa Monica Malibu School District knows there are a lot of families who are still in evacuation areas and temporary housing. So they said they would excuse some absences today. But a number of parents that we talked to this morning told us they thought it was important for their children to return. They say having school resume is a sign of progress. Most of the schools in Santa Monica did reopen today, although there are concerns about air quality. So some students were wearing masks and some parents were bringing in extra air filters for the classrooms. District officials are operating on an inclement weather schedule, which means outdoor activities will be limited, but they say the schools have been cleaned and it is safe for students and staff to be back. We talked to one parent who told us she still doesn't know if her home was damaged in the fire or not, and that has been stressful for her kids. So coming back to school, she says, is actually a relief.
We've been nervous because for the past 2 days we've woken up and I've had to prepare them, tell them, we might lose our house, but, we've got each other, we've got our sports equipment, so we can kind of operate from wherever we are.
I'm trying to make the best of a really difficult situation. LA Unified School District, they're also reopening most of their schools today after cleaning air filters, clearing out debris over the weekend. There are more than a half dozen schools still in evacuation areas that will remain closed, and some schools did suffer fire damage. District officials say they're still figuring out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and reopen those. And as we come back out here live, we also want to mention much of Pasadena Unified School District still under evacuation warnings. So they are going to continue with remote learning this week. And we're told the schools in Malibu will be at least closed through Wednesday. But again, school officials in all of these fire areas tell us that they're going to be monitoring the conditions, especially with the winds expected to pick up. And they might have to make some changes, so they'll just see how things go as the days go on. Jasmine?
Yeah. All right, Tina, thank you for that update on the schools. Look at this, a scare, right, for a Fairfax neighborhood as a palm tree explodes into flames. Let's go back to our assignment manager, Mark Liu, at the desk with video from SkyCal.
Yeah, Jazz, I'm sure everyone in Southern California is on edge right now with all of these winds and fires, and seeing a palm tree catch on fire in your neighborhood was probably super alarming for the folks that lived there. SkyCal got some video. Let me show it to you. So SkyCal was actually in the Palisades area around 7 o'clock this morning, looking at the destroyed homes there. When they saw this smoke plume go up to the east, they made a quick trip right over here. This is Fuller and Melrose in the Fairfax district, and you see that palm tree there going up in flames. Now, LA City Fire had not yet arrived on station. It's unclear if anyone had called them yet, but the residents, the people who lived on this street, they took matters into their own hands. You can see a couple of the people who lived down there, they got their own garden hose and went to work. I think everyone in Southern California understands how thinly stretched the fire departments are. And right there, you can see maybe 2, 3 garden hoses putting out this fire. Now, the good news is they were able to get the bulk of this fire knocked down on their own. It was extinguished, but LA City Fire ultimately did show up with one engine. You can see it right there. They were able to put the rest out. No injuries here, and that tree fire did not spread to any other buildings or other trees. No idea what caused that tree fire this morning. It doesn't look like there's any power lines in the area, but an arson team is going to investigate that and figure out how that fire started. That's it here from the desk. Send it back to you.
Story number 7, so many people have stepped up to help in this time of crisis. Donations have been pouring in all weekend for fire victims. This is at Santa Anita Park. There was such a big response. Volunteers had to actually stop accepting drop-offs so that they could focus on sorting through all of these items that they had to then just make it easier for victims to come and find what they need.
When I came down here, I was blown away just how much the community is pulling together and how amazing it truly is. And just to see each person, they're just pouring their love and their energy into every single thing that they're doing. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Anyone who has been affected by the fires, they can pick up clothing and supplies from now until Wednesday. And KCAL cares about all of these fire victims, of course, and those who lost everything. So we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you are able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. Story number 8.
All right, we've got a number of dogs getting ready to load up into this plane, going to Best Friends Animal Sanctuary in Utah. I don't know if they know exactly where they're going or why they're going, but it's important to get them out of LA and create space for all the dogs displaced by the fires here.
This is the Dogist. He is a social media account influencer here, inspiring, a photographer. Elias Weiss Friedman documents dogs around the world, but when this fire broke out, and these fires, plural, broke out last week, he knew he had to help. So he made his way here to Los Angeles. Elias joining us live in the studio. Thank you so much for coming. I mean, you have been on the ground at so many different humane shelters, and trying to do what you can. So first of all, the Dogist, and I mentioned a photographer. Tell me a little bit about your background and what you do.
Yeah, so for the past 11 years, I've been photographing dogs around the world. I'm based out of New York, and it's generally supposed to be like an uplifting thing, telling the story of dogs. You know, they bring us so much joy. And I was in San Diego visiting my brother, doing my usual business, you know, walking around meeting people and their dogs, when all this broke out, and I figured, you know, I have a platform, I'm only 2 hours drive away, let's get in the car and go. You know, if you can help, then you should help. So we reached out to a bunch of local shelters, and they all sort of said, come help us and get the word out. The first thing we did was, as you guys saw, go to the Burbank airport to get dogs out of LA, because there's lots of dogs being displaced right now. And the shelters need to create space to allow those dogs to come in so that people can figure out what they're doing next.
Right.
You know, so A lot of dogs are waiting there to be reunited with their people. There's lots of people coming in to help foster dogs to get them out of the shelters, basically creating space.
Yeah. I was watching, you have so many stories of someone who found a stray dog,
yes.
who or fostering, they just want to help. And you said it is impossible to fathom the devastation from afar. And as soon as you got here, it was like, wow, this is so widespread.
Yeah, and this is obviously traumatizing for your pets too, because we understand what's going on. We're watching the news, we're hearing everything, but the dogs, they don't know, and it's a lot for them to take in. They don't know why this is happening.
Where's my mom and dad?
Yeah,
where's my home?
And for people going through this, it's hugely important that they can keep their dogs because they're going through the hardest time of their lives. They lost everything. But because they have their dogs, everything's okay in a way.
Well, you said they look into the eyes of their dog or their pet. I mean, I saw a woman, trying to get chickens out of her house or ducks. You look into their eyes and you have that hope.
Yeah.
That I lost everything, but I have someone I love.
I feel like, pets are a sense of home to lots of people, to everyone who has a dog. And if you've lost your home, then, but you still have your dog, then in a way, it's like things can be replaced. Yesterday I was at a vet clinic and this woman came in with her dog and she was visibly sort of like shaken up.
Yeah.
And she said, I have this picture of what I have left. And I thought she was going to show me a picture of like her home burnt down or something. It was literally 4 boxes. And it's like, that's it. Like people are reduced to like a few boxes, but she had her dog. So she was like, she had her hopes up and like, it was good that she, the vet was helping her make sure her dog was healthy.
And I know you're doing such a good job raising over $150,000.
I know, it's crazy.
I mean, that's just incredible. But the campfire in 2018, you were also there. And to hear, I mean, these wildfires are so devastating, but you have experience. I mean, what you saw in the campfire.
Yeah, no, we went in and saw, a whole neighborhood just reduced to ash. All that was left was chimneys. And, it's hard to fathom, like you're saying. And, you go to the pantries and people are coming in, they've lost everything. It's lucky that the community is all coming together and people are dropping off food for people and for their dogs. So that's inspiring to watch. But it's like I said, it's sort of the same situation. Obviously there's like a lot of people had warning here so they could flee.
Right.
But in the campfires, it was very fast and a lot more people lost their lives in that fire. But yeah, no, it's gut-wrenching to watch. It's hard to fathom. Everyone's watching on their phone from afar, but it's going to be a long road to recovery. We're at the beginning of months and years of people trying to figure it out and get back on their feet, and I'm just trying to help with that.
Well, you are helping, so I appreciate. I mean, so many people appreciate what you're doing, Elias Friedman, the Dogist. So follow his journey too. I mean, and a plea to everyone to just foster, donate.
Yeah, do what you can. We talked to a firefighter yesterday who said, go to a grocery store and put out like a dish of water. Because it's all types of animals they're fleeing the fires and they're thirsty. Yeah. And if you can foster, that's really important because that helps relieve pressure on the shelters too. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
And be safe, okay?
I appreciate it.
For more information on the Dogist, how you can help, check out our website. It's all there, kcalnews.com. Click that Scene on TV. Still to come here on the 10 at 10.
I'm Chris Avery in Carson at the LA Fires donation drive put on by the LA Galaxy. Coming up, more information on how you can help with a Galaxy legend.
Well, the MLS champions, they are also stepping up to bring help amid the heartbreak. Today, you can give a new donation at a new donation drive. This is run by the LA Galaxy and Dignity Health Sports Park. Let's go to KCAL News Sports anchor Chris Hayrie live at the stadium with what items are needed here. Chris.
Jasmine, great to be with you this morning. Get the Galaxy donation drive till 4 o'clock today, and then, of course, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow as well. And I'm with a Galaxy legend. Kobe Jones joins me. And Kobe, you're no stranger to the community and what the Galaxy do. How does this hit you when you see just the best of humanity coming out here?
Well, it's a sense of pride. You know, I know what the Galaxy and the Galaxy fans have to offer, and this has been a tough situation for everybody in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. And this gives, you know, the Galaxy fans and anyone the opportunity to try to find a way to give back, because, you know, there's different ways to do that, and this is one where we can make it very easy for donations to come in.
We've seen fans and just citizens alike come here, pallets of water, kids supplies, hygiene products, you name it. When you see the employees dedicate their time too, it's just another example of what the Galaxy is all about.
Yeah, it's community, right? I mean, this is the most important thing. Yes, it's a business, it's a sport. There's so many different things, but it's about the community, it's about the fans, it's about the people. And when you have the opportunity to get out here and help, you see so many people stepping up and having a willingness to do that. We're going to be out here today. We're going to be out here tomorrow to make sure that we can take in those donations and get it to where it needs to be.
You're a fixture here. When this is all unfolded, just your reaction to just the devastation and also just the outpouring of support for each other here.
The outpouring of support is fantastic. It blew my mind away. And that needed to happen, because that devastation that you talked about, it was difficult. It's difficult for so many people. I can't even imagine, you know, the people that have lost their homes, that their lives have been just kind of flipped on its head, people that have lost their lives. You know, you can't really put it into words. So to be able to be in a situation like this now where we can help and give back, I think is the most important thing.
Well, you said it best. Sports is community. Sports gives us hope. And the Galaxy doing the best today. We'll send it back to you.
And we all need that hope and more of it. Thank you, Chris, so much. The Santa Ana winds, they are back. Meteorologist Amber Lee with that next weather forecast. Amber.
All right, so Jasmine, take a look. These are just sustained winds, so these aren't even the gusts, but take a look. They're starting to ramp up, especially in our usual wind-prone areas. Look at this, Camarillo, sustained winds, 32 miles per hour. Malibu, 26, and then we are looking at these winds also starting to pick up in the Inland Empire. Now take a look at the gusts. This is where we're seeing those really strong gusts really starting to pick up as well as we head toward the afternoon. It's going to get a little bit stronger as we head into the latter part of the day. 50-mile-per-hour gusts right now for Simi Valley, 46 for Santa Clarita, 22 for Malibu, 46 for Camarillo. So these are the windiest parts of Southern California so far. Same with the Inland Empire and also the Orange County area. So you can see a lot of it really starting to pick up. And then as we head into the afternoon and into the rest of the week, by the middle of the week, this is when those wind advisories expire. But everything that you're seeing here in yellow, that means that you're under a wind advisory. So we're looking at gusts up to about 50 to 55 miles per hour, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So you'll notice that the Pasadena, Altadena area, not under this wind advisory. It's going to be breezy, but it's going to be nothing like what we saw last week, especially in that area. And then we're definitely looking at stronger winds in the Pacific Palisades. But the good news is that most of the strong gusts will be west of where this fire is burning. So that should help fire crews. But we're definitely looking at this extreme fire risk lasting till the middle of the week, as gusts anywhere in these high fire danger zones could see up to 70 miles per hour. So that includes the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando Valley, West Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, the hills of Camarillo and Oxnard, Fillmore, and also through the 5 corridor. This is where we're seeing some of the strongest winds as we head into the next couple of days. So peak winds are expected later today and also tomorrow. Simi Valley, you can see we're going to start to see some really strong winds this afternoon. We get a bit of a break, but it's still really gusty overnight, and then we'll just continue the gusts as we head into tomorrow. Here's a look at Santa Clarita. Also really gusty conditions as we head into the second half of the day. Get a bit of a break overnight, but we're still dealing with those breezes picking right back up again once we head into tomorrow afternoon. Pacific Palisades, we are looking at those stronger wind gusts coming in from the north. And then as we head into tomorrow morning, it doesn't look quite as bad. But again, all the winds will probably be the strongest for the Pacific Palisades, more toward the west of Malibu. Right now, air quality has improved tremendously compared to last week, but we do have some really unhealthy air over the Oxnard area. And then our futurecast shows that we'll just continue to see these winds get a little bit stronger. They're coming a little bit more from the east today, and then they will turn more to the northeast, that traditional Santa Ana wind form as we head into tomorrow. So temperatures will gradually start to warm up as we head toward the middle of the week, but all eyes will be on the weekend because this is where the cool down officially begins. Jasmine, can't come soon enough. Back to you.
I agree, Amber. Thank you so much. And there's more to come here on the 10 at 10. Generosity. It has a nice ring to it. We're going to show you what these hardworking first responders on the Palisades Fire front lines found. In story number 10, we are going to end with this one. While there's been massive devastation from these LA wildfires, there's also been small tales of triumph. Firefighters with the Orange County, or rather Orange City Fire Department, they received a message about a family who was forced to evacuate their home in the Palisades fire, and they couldn't take their belongings, including a ring that was a treasured family heirloom. So these firefighters, they went back to that home, they sifted through all of that debris, and inside a burned safe was the ring. Look at these photos. The family says, of course, they are eternally grateful.
I love hearing those type of stories, especially with all the heartbreak that we're hearing as well. All right, let's talk about the high wind warning because it continues until Wednesday at 12. So we're talking peak winds early tomorrow morning into Wednesday morning. It's still going to be really windy this afternoon, but it gets stronger as we head into tomorrow. So the high winds in these areas, including the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu, the Pacific Palisades, we could see gusts up to 70 miles per hour. The good news is that a lot of the winds will be burning to the west of where the Palisades fire is burning. So that is great as fire crews are still trying to get a handle on that. But here's a look at what we're watching for. The classic Santa Ana winds become more northeast tomorrow, and then the good news, cooler by the weekend. Jasmine.
Thank you so much for watching the 10 at 10. We're going to be here with local updates throughout the day. Remember, we're always on. That's kcalnews.com, streaming CBS News Los Angeles. Our next newscast at 11.
Next on KCAL News at 11 a.m., dangerous winds are returning to Southern California, how fire crews are preparing for the Santa Anas. Plus, those affected by the Eaton fire want to know when they can return, why one sheriff's official says it could be weeks. And most schools in our area are reopening this morning, what parents need to know as their kids return to the classroom.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Welcome to KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Chris Holmstrom. We've got a team of reporters covering our wildfires and extreme fire danger. Barry Pintar is keeping an eye on the Palisades fire. Amanda Sorrentino following the Eaton fire. Tina Patel is on area schools reopening. And Mark Liu is monitoring any breaking news. But first, let's get to meteorologist Marina Jurica and that next weather. A lot of people watching this one closely, Marina.
That's right, Chris. And our next Santa Ana wind event will be impacting Through the majority of today through midday Wednesday, the area from Santa Clarita Valley heading down towards out of the I-5 corridor, Simi Valley, Camarillo. We're looking at Fillmore area as well as Ventura, Oxnard down into the Malibu coastline and the western Santa Monica Mountains. So this will be the bullseye where the strongest winds will be and potentially up to 70 miles per hour. Right now, we're at up to 51 miles per hour, and that peak spot is in Simi Valley. We've got another area, and this is very Santa Ana classic wind event area where you can see that parts of the Inland Empire heading down to the central Orange County coast, also seeing winds of up to 35 miles per hour. So as we head into the next 30 minutes, I'm going to track those future cast winds for you hour by hour so you can plan out where those peak wind gusts will be, when they will be. So stay tuned for that next weather forecast.
Okay, Marina, we'll check in with you then. And firefighters are on alert across Southern California as we brace for those winds Marina was talking about. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar has been helping us cover the Palisades fire. This morning he's live in Brentwood, where firefighters are ready for what happens today. Barry.
Yeah, they certainly are ready, and I'd like to right off address 3 questions and give you 3 answers. The biggest questions we're facing this afternoon, that one, are they ready? Given everything you've talked about, the Santa Anas that'll be rolling in, I can tell you there are lines of fire trucks as far as you could see. If you were with me last half hour, they are already gone. They are up in the canyon. We've been up in there, so they are in position. So the answer to that question is they're in position and they're ready. The next question, everything looks fine. Why aren't they letting us back in? We're not seeing any fires. Just a few hours ago, I talked to a battalion chief at the top of the canyon, and he said, Barry, trust me, there are little pop-up fires happening still everywhere. We're here, we're putting them out immediately, but they are happening. Take a listen.
They're intense. We have a burning index, which is a percentage of an ember flies. And so like yesterday, if an ember hit the green, if you will, 60 to 65% chance that will start a new fire. So that's what we're really concerned about, and that's why they're keeping resources here. Because as you can see, there's not too much smoke because the aircraft did a lot of good work and the guys did a lot of good work, and the crews went in there. But that's the big piece is the winds, and they can blow embers, 2 miles away. Wow. I went on the Cedar Fire down in San Diego, and I mean we were seeing spots 5-6 miles away. So same thing here. I mean, the fire jumped. I mean, if you look at Pacific Coast Highway, the fire jumped 5 lanes. That's huge. That's massive. So that's the concern.
And that is the concern here, and that is the concern they are addressing. Question number 3, how did it start in the first place? I can assure you, we don't know, not talking about the media, but officials, but they are actively investigating, so much so that starting today, the ATF arrives and they will be taking over the investigation, not only what started the Palisades fire, but all the fires here in Southern California. Reporting here in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News, back to y'all.
Yeah, Barry, those are questions that so many people have. Thank you so much. Well, as help continues to pour in for the victims of the wildfires, those who still can't go home, they're wondering when the evacuation orders will be lifted. Let's go to KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino. She's live in Altadena. And Amanda, you spoke with the National Guardsmen who explained a little bit about why residents are being kept away and how they're trying to help those who basically have lost everything. And that's a lot of people, Amanda.
A lot of people that just want to go home, if even their home is still standing. A lot of people still don't even know if their home is still standing. Now, the National Guard having to turn people away from going home, but it's all because of safety concerns. We're still seeing a lot of power lines down. We've been going through the whole neighborhood. Also, there's no utilities. A lot of people don't have gas, water, power, and you can see the National Guard and CHP are just stationed right here on Woodbury and Glen Rose. We are behind that line right now, but I talked to one of the National Guard members about what they're trying to do and to just try to keep people safe. Take a listen.
So there's been a lot of phenomenal community volunteers that have been coming out, donating food, assisting people. So food's being left at the TCPs, and anyone that's inside, they're able to kind of come up and grab it if they're able to. Sometimes that may fluctuate in various areas, but they're really focusing on, trying to keep people out of the area so they continue to rebuild the area as of right now.
So get this, guys. Right before we went live, I actually saw one of the guys from the National Guard go over across the street where there's a drive with a bunch of donations. He grabbed a bag of cat food, a bag of clothes to bring back to people on this side, because people that decided to stay here can't leave, because if they leave, then they can't come back in. So that's what we're seeing a lot of. So a little bit on the current firefight here. Some of the areas of the fire are inaccessible on the ground, particularly near Bear Canyon, Mount Markham, and near the reservoir. But firefighters are trying to do their best using aircraft to fight those flames. They're working on the south end of the fire. That needs more done there. And they're doing what they can. As of Sunday afternoon, the first mandatory evacuation orders were lifted for an unincorporated county area of the Altadena community. That neighborhood where you can come back is south of New York, east of Hill Street, and west of Altadena Drive. Everywhere else still under mandatory evacuation zones, unsafe to enter. But if you come back out to us live here, this family is still staying here. Asia, you guys are in your home. You don't have any water, is that what you said?
Well, it's deemed contaminated right now, so basically not. So we've just been, cooking and eating and drinking bottled water.
It's like a war zone back here.
Absolutely. It sure is. It's devastating.
It's devastating. Why are you staying then?
Try to protect our home, try to hold down our street, just...
Looters.
Yeah, protect from the looters, yeah.
So you feel that desperate that you have to stay?
Yes. I would rather protect my home and know that, I have a place to return to without any troubles, any problems, than to just leave and, give up, kind of, in case the wind picks back up and the fires start coming back. I want to at least give my home a fighting chance.
Asia, I'm so sorry you guys have been through this. Enjoy your lunch, and good luck with everything.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. We're seeing these stories of resilience and strength of people just trying to do what they can in this community, but other people that are stepping up to do what they can. This is Jerry Brown over here. I'm going to run around really quick. They are with U-Turn for Christ Ministries, and they're behind that line here, and you guys are helping families like Asia's,
Yes.
and also you're also helping the first responders that are back here.
That's right. We've come out to be able to help all the emergency responders and the people that are shut in that don't have water or electric or gas. And so they're coming to us for food and they're coming to us for water, and the churches have joined together to be able to provide the provisions to give to them.
Amazing. You've been here 4 days already. How long will you stay?
We're going to stay until the end. We're going to be here for them. We've got notice from the chief of the fire department that it'll probably be Wednesday or Thursday at least before they may ask us to move east to be closer to the Eden Canyon area.
Well, thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate seeing this. And look, they're right in front of these homes that are all destroyed here. So, we're seeing a lot of neighbors coming together, the community coming together. Right across the street is a drive with a bunch of clothes and food and animal food. And we're seeing diapers, just anything you need is all over there too. So this neighborhood really stepping up, and they have a long way to go. But we're starting to see these little glimpses of hope through Altadena. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see. Okay, Amanda, thank you so much. Well, firefighters, they have been starting to get an upper hand on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires. Assignment Manager Mark Liu at the desk, he's been monitoring where fire crews are, where they're working, where the hot spots are. Mark, what can you tell us?
Well, I'll tell you, Chris, there are still some hot spots both in the Palisades and Eaton fire. And all week we have been using NASA satellites to see the heat blooms coming from both of these fires. But the good news is these fires have diminished to the point that they are dropping off the satellite imaging system. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. If you come out to my screen, this is the FIRMS information system, Fire Information for Resource Management System. Let's start for the infrared signatures there on Tuesday, the 7th. You can see it down there, those red dots in Palisades. And then on the 8th, the Eaton fire and Palisades fire, they just explode. Those red dots are the heat signatures detected in orbit by those fires and those satellites. Then on the 9th, the aerial assault really starting to get some work. You can see how the fire lines sort of separate. The 10th, the fire lines start getting better. Then on Saturday, the 11th, the Eaton fire really dying down here, but then a huge fight in Mandeville Canyon for the Palisades fire. And then yesterday, the 12th, look at what's left. Just a few small spots right here on the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. And then the great news, Chris, today, I just looked at the updated info. There's absolutely nothing. The Eaton fire cannot be detected, or the Palisades fire cannot be detected detected in orbit anymore, which is an incredible sign that firefighters are starting to get the upper hand. Coming back out live here to me, this doesn't mean the fight is over. The hand crews in both locations, Eaton and Palisades, are continuing to work to make sure those containment lines hold, but it looks like the aerial assault did their job, and this fire is really starting to lay down. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
That's what we want to hear. Okay, Mark, thank you so much. Well, still ahead, the bittersweet discovery made by first responders on the Palisades fire front lines. Plus, most schools in our area are reopening this morning. What parents need to know as kids return to the classroom. So many people have stepped up to help in this time of crisis. Donations have been pouring in all weekend for fire victims at Santa Anita Park. I mean, take a look at this. There was such a big response. Volunteers, they had to stop accepting drop-offs so they could focus on sorting through the items they had to make it easier for victims to find what they need. Now, anyone who has been affected by the fires can pick up clothing and supplies from now until Wednesday. Well, still ahead, what parents need to know as many students are returning to school. We're also keeping an eye out for hot spots, which could spark the next big fire. We're going to take another look at your heat tracker just ahead. Many schools are back open this morning as some areas improve in the fire zone. KCAL's Tina Patel live in Santa Monica to show us how students and parents are coping. Tina.
Yeah, students are back in session right now. You know, the Santa Monica Malibu School District knows that there's still some families in temporary housing and evacuation areas. So they said they would actually excuse absences today. But we talked to a lot of parents this morning who told us they thought it was important for their children to return. They say having school resume is a sign of progress. Now, as you said, most of the schools in Santa Monica did reopen today, although there's still some concerns about air quality. So students were wearing masks. Some parents were bringing in extra air filters for the classrooms. District officials are operating on an inclement weather schedule today, which means outdoor activities are going to be limited. But they say the schools have been cleaned and it is safe for students and staff to be back. We talked to one parent who told us she still doesn't know if her home was damaged in the fire or not, and that has been stressful for her kids. So she says coming back to school is actually a relief for them.
We've been nervous because for the past 2 days we've woken up and I've had to prepare them, tell them, we might lose our house, but we've got each other, we've got our sports equipment, so we can kind of operate from wherever we are.
Now, the LA Unified School District is also reopening most of their schools today after cleaning air filters and clearing out debris over the weekend. There are more than a half dozen schools still in evacuation areas that are remaining closed, and some schools you might have seen did suffer fire damage. District officials tell us they are still figuring out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and reopen those schools. And as we come back here, we checked also with Pasadena Unified. Much of that area is still in evacuation areas, and so they are going to remain on remote learning through the week. As for Malibu, they are going to have their schools closed through at least Wednesday, but district officials across Southern California tell us they're going to be monitoring conditions throughout the week, and they may have to change plans as conditions are. If we get those winds tomorrow, we'll see. So right now it's kind of a day-by-day basis. We know that's hard for families, but it's the thing that school district officials say is the best thing to do for safety. Chris, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety first. Okay, Tina, thank you. Let's go to meteorologist Marina Jurica. She's got her full next weather forecast. We're tracking these winds. Marina, take a look at the winds and when we expect to get them.
That's right. We're already starting to see some blustery winds, especially in those target zones. It's a very classic Santa Ana wind setup where we've got a lot of the winds from the Antelope Valley, I-5 corridor going all the way down to the Malibu coastline and Oxnard and Ventura, with wind gusts now up to 50 miles per hour. And then we've got wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour in the Inland Empire and heading down to the central Orange County coast. So we have an extreme fire risk not only today, but all the way through Wednesday for potential gusts in those target areas of up to 70 miles per hour. So that's the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando, western Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore, and the I-5 corridor. So that bubble is exactly where we're seeing the highest risk for those winds that will be up to 70 miles per hour. Everyone else, we're going to be looking at wind gusts potentially of 45 to 55. That's the bulk of our viewing area, minus downtown LA and the coastal locations. And then the high wind warning is in those regions that I have just mentioned to you. Everyone is in a red flag warning because those strong Santa Ana winds just basically suck all of the atmosphere dry, and so there's no moisture left, and so we get down into the single digits when it comes to our humidity and our dew points, and that is a high fire danger risk. And so we are going to be under that risk, really, folks, until we get our first rainfall. So that's what we need to think about when we're out and about over the next couple of days, because we need to make sure that no new fires start. So extreme fire conditions, moderate to strong Santa Ana winds for both today and Tuesday, and really into about noon Wednesday. And then much cooler weather arrives for the end of the week. We've actually got a system that's going to be giving us a little moisture as we push in towards the end of the week, which is going to help our firefighting efforts, which is great. So wind futurecast, next weather moving forward, we can see that throughout the rest of the morning, it is that same area, Santa Clarita Valley down into the coastline that we'll be seeing the bullseye. And then we'll see winds at about 10 to 30 miles per hour throughout portions of the San Gabriel, San Bernardino Mountains. As we move into Tuesday morning, we've got the desert that's getting included into that mix. And then a brief look at Tuesday throughout the day. It is that same area throughout Santa Clarita Valley, out of the I-5 corridor down into Ventura and Oxnard and the Santa Monica Mountains over into the Inland Empire down to the central Orange County coast. So that's the areas that will get hit the hardest. But we're looking at the 50s and 60s right now. Pretty much the 60s will remain. And looking at the extended forecast for the Inland Empire, those 60s will turn into low 60s and upper 50s for all of us as we head into the approaching weekend, as at least conditions improve slightly. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Marina, thank you. Well, some people in one fire-devastated area of Los Angeles County are doing what they can to assist firefighters and residents. It's a small group known as the Heat Hawks. They drive around the Topanga Canyon section of LA County looking for ways to help.
We just love this neighborhood, man. We couldn't just sit and not help.
We put out some spot fires, but most of us have been on turning off propane tanks in dangerous areas downwind of the fire, like propane ferries, we're calling them. Maybe you got a visit.
So the group also says residents have asked them to rescue pets, retrieve money, and documents as well. Great work, guys. Well, coming up, a heartwarming story emerges from the devastation of the Palisades fire. We're going to show you what firefighters found in the rubble of a destroyed home. Well, while there's been massive devastation from the fires, there's also been small tales of triumph. Firefighters with the Orange City Fire Department received a message about a family forced to evacuate from their home in the Palisades, and they couldn't take their belongings, including a ring that was a treasured family heirloom. Well, the firefighters, they went back to the home, they went through the debris, found the safe, and there was the ring. The family says they are eternally grateful. And also, KCAL Cares is all about all of the fire victims. We're partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. Thanks for watching KCAL News at 11 a.m., everyone. Have a great day and be safe.
is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Now at 11:30, dangerous winds are returning to Southern California. How fire crews are preparing for the Santa Anas. Plus, those affected by the Eaton fire want to know when they can return. According to one sheriff's official, it could be weeks. And most schools in our area are reopening this morning. What parents need to know as kids return to the classroom. Welcome to KCAL News at 11:30. I'm Chris Holmstrom. We've got a team of reporters covering our wildfires and extreme fire danger. Barry Pintar keeping an eye on the Palisades fire. Amanda Starantino, she's following the Eaton fire. Tina Patel, she's on area schools returning. Mark Liu monitoring any breaking news. But first, let's go to meteorologist Marina Jurica in our next weather forecast. Marina.
Hello, Chris. We are continuing to monitor these very gusty winds that really are starting out of the I-5 corridor, heading into the Santa Clarita Valley, moving into Simi Valley, and then off towards Ventura, Camarillo, and parts of the Malibu coastline. They are at anywhere from really 45 to 51 miles per hour at this point, right there in that bullseye. And then we've got 30 to 35 mile per hour winds across the Inland Empire from San Bernardino, Chino, Riverside down into the Central Coast, around Santa Ana and into parts of Orange County. So as we move forward into this next Santa Ana wind event, we are at a very high risk today through Wednesday for gusts of up to 70 miles per hour in these particular locations, not area wide. Most susceptible is Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando, western Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore, and the I-5 corridor. So that is the highest risk. And then as we head into the rest of the day, folks will see anywhere from about 20 to 40 mile per hour winds, whereas the rest of our viewing area right there at the highest risk could be looking at anywhere up to 50 to 70 mile per hour winds. And this map shows it all, up to 20, 30 mile per hour winds from Los Angeles, Long Beach to Anaheim and Riverside. But then we start getting up to 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts from Santa Clarita, as well as San Bernardino, Huntington Beach, and then heading down towards Lancaster. So I'll continue to keep you posted. For now, though, it is cool out there. So if you are going to be heading out and about, just make sure you grab a jacket. I'll have that full next weather forecast for you coming up.
Okay, Marina, thank you so much. And firefighters, they are on alert across Southern California as we're bracing for those winds, the winds Marina's talking about. Let's go to CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar. He's been helping us cover the Palisades fire. This morning, he's been in Brentwood, where firefighters are ready for what happens today.
Yeah, all eyes certainly being on the wind here. We've been talking a lot about those Santa Anas. We're watching treetops, expecting with anticipation what the next 3 days will be, with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour potentially tomorrow. Could be a game changer. So all of that raises three questions. I'd like to address each one, then give you answers. Number one, are they ready? I can tell you from what we've seen, it's incredible. As recently as an hour ago, this entire street was lined with fire trucks. They have just all moved out and into the canyon and are on the standby. Earlier this morning, as early as 4:30 a.m., we were driving through the canyon. We saw many of them already there. So are they ready? The answer to that, certainly. The next question, everything looks fine. Why aren't they letting people back in? Why are they still under evacuations? Let me assure you that this is still a very active area of concern. As a matter of fact, I was up there today. I talked to a battalion chief and said, what's going on with that? He said, Barry, trust me, there are still pop-up fires happening regularly, sometimes in people's yards. He said, no reason to be concerned about those because we are right here. The moment we hear about them and see them, they are being put out. But it is still a concern. Listen.
We have a burning index, which is a percentage of an ember flies. And so like yesterday, if an ember hit the green, if you will, 60 to 65% chance that will start a new fire. So that's what we're really concerned about, and that's why they're keeping resources here, because as you can see, there's not too much smoke.
The third and final question, the big question so many people have, how did all this start in the first place? The answer, we don't know. And when I say we, I'm not talking about the media, I'm talking about the officials. They don't know yet how it started, but the answer to that question that I can tell you is starting today, the ATF is going to take over this investigation, not only in terms of how did the Palisades fire start, but how have all the fires in all of Southern California started. A big 3 days and certainly weeks ahead here. Reporting in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
Okay, Barry, thank you so much. And the National Guard is set up at the Southern California fire zones, not only to protect property, but also to help those who've lost everything. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino spoke with the neighbor who's doing his part to help.
For so many people, the question is, when can I come home? But it's also another question of, is my home still there? You can see the homes burned down right here on Woodbury and Glen Rose. And we have CHP and the National Guard blocking any access into there. Now, I did talk to some people who are living in their homes that are still standing back there. They chose to stay, even though they don't have power, water, or really just any utilities. But they're just trying to protect their home from possible looters. They're feeling like that's the only way they can protect their home. So a lot of resources are coming out here. Right here on the corner, this home left standing. All your neighbors are gone. You guys literally have almost nothing, but you're making sure your neighbors that really have nothing can get something.
Yeah, we're hosting this drive so people that are either displaced or have lost everything can come pick up anything that has been donated to us. We have diapers, wipes, food, water, anything you guys might need, clothes, personal hygiene stuff. Please spread the word, guys. We're going to be here every day of the week as long as we're needed.
And Jose Velasquez here, he's not any sort of organization. He actually lost his business. But you're just a neighbor just trying to help your neighbors. Why are you doing this?
Oh, we're doing this because the community fed us for 3 years. So I feel like it's right that we do something for the community. And our house was standing for a reason. So we took an opportunity.
Your house with no power, no water, nothing right now.
Yeah, correct. No water, no power, nothing.
And you're just making it happen. So all of this was community donations that he put together here. Let's just give you a quick update on the firefight here. Now 33% contained for the Eaton fire. It has burned around 7,000 structures and burned more than 14,000 acres. So far, 16 people have been found dead. And some of the areas of the fire are inaccessible on the ground. That was the latest update we got last night, particularly in Bear Canyon, Mount Markham, and near the reservoir. There's really rugged and steep terrain there. Some of the most difficult they have seen aircraft needing to be used there. So more work needs to be done on the south end of the fire. The heaviest impact of the fire has been in Altadena, and fire crews and utility workers are working hard to mop up and secure their communities here. But if you just take a look around here, the need is here, and people are definitely taking what they can and bringing it back to their families. A lot of these families left with nothing at all, but it's still too dangerous to go back into those communities. That is why you have CHP and the National Guard blocking it. On top of the possibility of looters, there is also just power lines are still down, and there's some gas lines that haven't been turned off yet. So they still need to mop up and clean up before it's safe for anyone to get back there. We're trying to find out when people can go home, but right now, the Sheriff's Department says anywhere between a few days to a few weeks. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Starantino, KCAL News.
Yeah, so nice to see all the love and support given back. Amanda, thank you. Well, the drone that took down a Canadian super scooper during last week's battle on the Palisades fire has drawn the attention of the FBI. Yes, the FBI. Agents are now on the hunt for that drone's pilot. It is illegal to fly commercial drones in restricted flight zones. Without the super scooper out of commission, firefighting efforts were hampered. The assistant director of the FBI office in LA says the drone was private and unregistered, making it more difficult to identify the owner.
But through our investigation, we're going to try to determine those facts. We're going to look for serial numbers. We're going to try to identify fingerprints and DNA to try to put those pieces back together as part of our investigation.
And some parts of the drone were collected and are being analyzed, but agents are asking for the public's help to find the operator. Firefighters have been starting to get an upper hand on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires. Assignment Manager Mark Liu at the desk. He's been monitoring where fire crews are and also working on where the hot spots are still smoldering. Mark.
Yeah, Chris, so there are still some hot spots in both the Palisades and the Eaton fire, but they are getting smaller and smaller, and this is what firefighters want to see in the face of these winds that may be kicking up again. Now, all week here at the desk, we've been monitoring the progress of the fire through a pretty high-tech website. It's called the FIRMS website, the Fire Information for Resource Management website. It's essentially a collection of data from satellites in orbit that do thermal imaging, and it's a really great way to show the progression of the fire and how intensely it's burning now. Now, right now you see here, this is day one. This is January 7th, and you can see right here these red dots. That is all heat signatures of the fire as it began, detected by satellites in orbit. as the Palisades fire began that morning on January 7th. Now, as I advance to the next day, this is just really where the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire exploded. You can see the heat signatures just went from Malibu all the way to Santa Monica. We've seen this earlier in the week. And then here, the Eaton fire as well. You can see how much it's really burned into central Alameda. Now, I'm going to advance to the next day. This is the 9th, and you can see this is when the aerial assault was finally able to make some progress because those winds died down. And then on the 10th, that would be Friday, as the information populates here, you're going to see a much smaller amount of fire because those fire lines, they really started to get under control, but they were still burning. And certainly in the Eaton fire's case, it started to burn to the north. And then here in the Palisades fire, also burning to the north. Most of Palisades had already suffered through that destruction. Then on the 11th, this was Saturday, Eaton really started to calm down here, but Palisades flared up, especially around the Encino Reservoir and also the Mandeville Canyon area. And then let's look at yesterday. This is Sunday. A huge amount of fire reduction. Eaton, just a few small spots, and then Palisades also a few small spots in Mandeville Canyon and the Sylvia Park area. And then the best news I can report, Chris, this is today. We don't see any hot spots at all down there. We know there are hot spots down in the area here in the Mandeville Canyon area. That's basically right around here. And we also know that there are hot spots here in the Sylvia Park area. But Chris, they are so small that they're not detectable anymore by the satellites in orbit. Same up here. We do know that the Eaton fire is smoldering up in this area as it continues its slow march to the north into the Angeles National Forest. But again, these flame lengths and these heat signatures too small to be detected by those satellites in orbit. So this is good news coming back out live here to me. Hand crews continue to work in these areas. They want to get as much containment lines around those hotspots as they can and get them extinguished. The aerial assault largely not happening today simply because those helicopters are going to be used for other things. They are going to be flying, doing reconnaissance in the area. But Chris, it looks like hopefully for now these fires are laying down and firefighters want to keep it that way as these winds start to pick up. Chris?
Yeah, that's what we want to see, and let's hope it stays that way. Mark, thank you so much. Well, there's a petition to oust LA Mayor Karen Bass, and it's gaining some steam. She's one of two leaders potentially facing recall over their handling of the deadly fires. The other is Governor Gavin Newsom. Change.org has gathered nearly 120,000 signatures in an effort to recall Bass. Saving California has reportedly collected about 27,000 signatures against Newsom and plans to formally serve recall papers in the next 2 weeks. Critics are asking, could more have been done to prevent the rapid spread of the flames? A sign of progress as schools in Santa Monica and Malibu welcome students once again. The changes students will see. And this could be TikTok's last week in the U.S. when the popular social media app might shut down. Many schools are back open this morning in some areas in the fire zone. KCAL's Tina Patel shows us how students and parents are coping in Santa Monica.
The Santa Monica Malibu School District knows that some students are still in evacuation areas, still in temporary housing. So they said they would excuse absences today, but a number of parents told us they thought it was important for their children to return. Having school resume, they say, is a sign of progress. Most of the schools in Santa Monica did reopen today, although there are concerns about air quality. So some students were wearing masks and some parents brought in extra air filters for the classrooms. District officials are operating on an inclement weather schedule, which means outdoor activities will be limited, but they say schools have been cleaned and it is safe for students and staff to be back. We talked to one parent who told us she still doesn't know if her home was damaged in the fire or not, and that has been stressful for her kids, but coming back to school, she says, is a relief.
We've been nervous because for the past 2 days we've woken up and I've had to prepare them, tell them, we might lose our house, but we've got each other, we've got our sports equipment, so we can kind of operate from wherever we are.
The LA Unified School District is also reopening most of their schools today after cleaning air filters and clearing out debris over the weekend. There are more than a half dozen schools still in evacuation areas that will remain closed, and some schools did suffer fire damage. District officials say they're still trying to figure out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and reopen those. Much of Pasadena Unified School District is also under evacuation warnings, so they are going to have remote learning for the week. And schools in Malibu say they will be closed at least through Wednesday, but school officials in all of these fire areas tell us they are monitoring conditions and they may make changes as the week goes on, just depending on what is safest for students and staff. In Santa Monica, Tina Patel, KCAL News.
Okay, Tina, thank you. This morning, a tsunami advisory is lifted after a 6.9 earthquake struck southwestern Japan. Officials are still urging locals to stay away from the water and the coast. The epicenter was on the island of Kyushu, and the coastal city of Kochi was told to be evacuated as a precaution. No reports on damage yet, but officials are warning that aftershocks could come over the next week. We are 1 week away from President-elect Trump taking oath of office, and many of his cabinet picks will face public scrutiny after weeks of private meetings. Starting tomorrow, more than a dozen of Trump's selections to run the nation's top agencies will take the hot seat in Senate confirmation hearings. That also includes Trump's controversial pick to run the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He's faced accusations of sexual misconduct, excessive drinking, and financial mismanagement while leading a veterans advocacy group. On Wednesday, Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi will have a hearing as Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department. Also, this is another story people are watching closely. It could be TikTok's last week in the U.S. On Friday, the Supreme Court heard free speech arguments for keeping the app running in the U.S., but multiple justices expressed concern about the amount of personal data it has on Americans. That echoes the president and members of Congress' national security concerns about the Chinese-based app. If the court does not extend the deadline for TikTok to find a U.S. buyer, it could shut down in the U.S. as soon as Sunday. Racing against time to protect power lines. How employees from Pacific Gas and Electric are trying to stay ahead of the flames. Plus, we're tracking the timing of more high winds as fire-ravaged LA County faces another dangerous situation alert. Scientists say that climate change is contributing to worsening wildfire conditions in California. This time of year is typically our rainy season, but there's been almost no rain this year after the last 2 years of heavy rainfall during the season. That means California is covered in vegetation. And as we know, if you look at the hills, that vegetation, it's completely dried out. Of course, that can make it easier for small sparks to turn into massive fires that spread quickly. Well, meanwhile, utility crews are racing against time to protect power lines. Dozens of employees from PG&E are now trying to stay ahead of active flames. So here's what they're doing. They're clearing out overgrown vegetation. This is around each pole, then spraying them with fire retardant. PG&E crews say treating the poles can be about 92% effective. It can also help keep the power on, plus save some money.
Our job as SIP-T is to try and get out along the fire's edge or out in front of where the fire may go.
I enjoy this type of work, even though I'm covered in retardant. It's fun. It's cool to see that what we do actually pays off.
Poles can cost anywhere from $20,000 to more than $100,000 to replace. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell released a statement about the fires. He says, "We are heartbroken over the devastating losses experienced by so many in the LA area and inspired by the heroism of first responders and residents who have supported their neighbors. The NFL family is committed to working with the LA Chargers and LA Rams to support their local communities in their time of need." End quote. NFL is donating $5 million for relief efforts. That money is expected to provide resources to the LA Fire Department Foundation, the American Red Cross, and pet rescue organizations. As for the Lakers, they'll play tonight at home for the first time since the fires began. The team is hosting a donation drive to support community relief efforts. You have 3 opportunities this week. The Lakers play at Crypto tonight, Wednesday, and Friday. And here's what they're looking for: non-food items, deodorant, toothpaste, toothbrushes, lotion, dry shampoo, phone chargers, socks, gloves, hand warmers, beanies, and blankets. They're also looking for some food items: peanut and other nut butters, protein-based snacks, crackers, peanut butter crackers, trail mix, Pop-Tarts, also 100% juice boxes. And also, one of the most cherished gathering spots in Hollywood is holding a community event. The Magic Castle is turning its parking lot into a distribution center on Tuesday between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. The businesses will be handing out sandwiches, chips, and cookies for people impacted by the fires. Donated goods will also be available. And we want to remind you, if you want to help financially, KCAL Cares is all about the fire victims. We're partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. So if you are able to help, go to redcross.org/KCAL. All right, turning now to your weather and the return of dangerous winds. A live look outside of downtown Los Angeles. Blue skies, sunny skies, but let's go to meteorologist Marina Jericho for your next weather forecast. A lot of people watching this one closely, Marina.
That's right. I mean, at least the air quality has gotten better, but we are seeing those Santa Anas really starting to drive, especially from the I-5 corridor, heading down towards the Santa Clarita Valley, where we're seeing wind gusts now of 54 miles per hour. These just keep going up. Down into Simi Valley, 54 miles per hour. So they're around Porter Ranch, Fillmore. You're starting to see some very blustery winds. 43 miles per hour in Camarillo, 24 in Malibu right now, and 22 in Burbank. So the rest of our viewing area is going to be looking at winds anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. And then as we head into the Inland Empire, we could see winds of up to 40 miles per hour, and that'll go down into the central Orange County coastline. In Santa Clarita, you'll peak right now through about 5 p.m., then dip down in the overnight, and then once again tomorrow morning, you'll see those winds pick up. For Pasadena, you can notice a noticeable difference, whereas the winds will be about half as much as they are where those classic Santa Ana winds are going to set up. It's also cooler out there, so grab a jacket. Chris?
Okay, Marina, thank you so much, and thank you for watching KCAL News at 11:30. KCAL News with Jasmine Veal is next. Stay safe, everyone.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
We gained no acreage yesterday, which is a very good thing.
Yes, it is. Now at noon, containment continues to grow as firefighters are gaining the upper hand on both the Eaton and Palisades fires.
We're absolutely better prepared for this coming PDS, the severe fire weather event.
Dangerous wind conditions return, though, to our area, and they will last through the middle of the week. Welcome here to KCAL News at noon and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Jasmine Veal in for Amy Johnson. The Palisades fire is now 14% contained after burning more than 23,000 acres. 5 people have died. Santa Monica has been downgraded, though, to those evacuation warnings. Let's go to the Eaton fire, which has torched 14,000 acres. But firefighters have contained a third of its perimeter. It's now 33% contained, which again, that means the control line that they are cutting around this fire's perimeter. 21 deaths have been reported. We have a decrease in wind that helped firefighters get a handle on these fires, but then another wind event is on the way, leading to a lot of stress. And we have our KCAL meteorologist, Marina Jurica, here now tracking when and where, Marina, and just how strong.
And Jasmine, that's the key, where it is in different locations than where it was last week, which is good and bad. We don't want any new fires to start, but the areas that will see the strongest winds are seeing them already right now. So we could see up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts from the I-5 corridor heading down into the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, western Santa Monica Mountains, moving down towards Ventura and Camarillo. And we're already seeing 54-mile-per-hour gusts in Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. So I cannot stress enough the fire danger that we're going to continue to see for this location as we move into the next couple of days. So please be careful, folks. Then we move into the San Bernardino area, as well as through the Inland Empire and central portions of the Orange County coastline from Fullerton, Santa Ana, up into San Bernardino, Chino, and Riverside, and that's up to 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So it's a more classic Santa Ana wind event where it funnels down into those two locations. But remember, when Santa Ana winds come through, they just suck all the moisture out of the air even more so, making it super dry on already dry ground. So the extreme fire risk is from today through Wednesday, as Jasmine mentioned, and those were those tough spots that I also mentioned to you that are going to be at the highest risk as we push into not only today but all the way through Wednesday. Taking a look at our hourly wind gusts, you can see Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim, anywhere up to about 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Then from Riverside, Santa Clarita, San Bernardino, Huntington Beach, up to 30, 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as Glendale, Ontario, and Lancaster at that 30 to 50-mile-per-hour range. So it just depends on where you are. But as I showed you on that map, that is where we are targeting at least the most critical winds. But we do have a red flag warning in effect now through Wednesday evening, and we really are going to be in a fire risk until we get our first rain. And I'll let you know if that's even in the foreseeable future coming up, Jasmine.
Oh, I certainly hope so. All right, Marina, thanks so much. Firefighters, they are on alert across Southern California as they brace for those winds. CBS Pittsburgh reporter Barry Pintar has been helping us cover the Palisades fire. This morning, he's in Brentwood, where firefighters are ready for what happens today.
Yeah, all eyes certainly being on the wind here. We've been talking a lot about those Santa Anas. We're watching treetops, expecting with anticipation what the next 3 days will be, with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour potentially tomorrow. Could be a game changer. So all of that raises 3 questions. I'd like to address each one, then give you answers. Number 1, are they ready? I can tell you from what we've seen, it's incredible. As recently as an hour ago, this entire street was lined with fire trucks. They have just all moved out and into the canyon and are on the standby. Earlier this morning, as early as 4:30 a.m., we were driving through the canyon. We saw many of them already there. So are they ready? The answer to that, certainly. The next question, everything looks fine. Why aren't they letting people back in? Why are they still under evacuations? Let me assure you that this is still a very active area of concern. As a matter of fact, I was up there today. I talked to a battalion chief and said, what's going on with that? He said, Barry, trust me, there are still pop-up fires happening regularly, sometimes in people's yards. He said, no reason to be concerned about those because we are right here. The moment we hear about them and see them, they are being put out. But it is still a concern. Listen.
We have a burning index, which is a percentage of an ember flies. And so like yesterday, if an ember hit the green, if you will, 60 to 65% chance that will start a new fire. So that's what we're really concerned about, and that's why they're keeping resources here. Because as you can see, there's not too much smoke.
The third and final question, the big question so many people have, how did all this start in the first place? The answer, we don't know. And when I say we, I'm not talking about the media, I'm talking about the officials. They don't know yet how it started, but the answer to that question that I can tell you is starting today, the ATF is going to take over this investigation, not only in terms of how did the Palisades fire start, but how have all the fires in all of Southern California started. A big 3 days and certainly weeks ahead here. Reporting in Mandeville Canyon, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
And firefighters are fighting hot spots right along the northern edge of the Palisades fire. Let's go to our assignment manager, Mark Liu, at the desk where, Mark, you've been monitoring where and what these fire crews have been doing.
Yeah, that's right, Jazz. These fire crews, as they get a handle on the Palisades fire, some of them are having their mission changed slightly from a direct assault on the fire into going into some of those devastated areas to check on properties and put out smoldering hotspots and check for things like gas leaks to eventually make these areas safe for people to come back. Now, I was able to listen to a CAL FIRE briefing this morning and hear the mission orders for the firefighters that are going to be working on all 4 sides of the CAL FIRE perimeter, and I'm going to detail those missions right now for you. If you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you the footprint of the Palisades fire. We've been looking at this for the better part of a week. Now, CAL FIRE has issued orders for firefighters working first on the northern flank here, this red line. These firefighters are tasked today with strengthening the containment line here. Sometimes they call it a contingency line. They want to build really good lines here to make sure that the fire cannot progress any further and there's no flare-ups or anything that would cause that fire to reignite on this line. Then firefighters here on the northeast corner that go down through here, they are the ones putting out hot spots in the Mandeville Canyon area and also an area called Sylvia Park. It's this sort of rugged terrain here. But Mandeville Canyon all along here, they want to make sure that those hot spots are extinguished. That was the last remaining hot area of the Palisades fire, and they want to get that contained. Then there's firefighters working all along the south here through Pacific Palisades and Malibu. And these firefighters are actually going to be tasked with going into some of those destroyed and damaged properties to look for things like smoldering hotspots there, or gas leaks, or water main leaks, or anything that could cause a problem for eventually people going in back to see if their home survived or checking to see on their properties. They are tasked with looking at all of those areas. And then the final flank here, the western flank, firefighters here are tasked with going north and south, checking out these properties and seeing if the fire has progressed into the Franklin fire burn scar. It's very unlikely, as all of this area here burned a lot in the beginning of December, but they want to make sure that that flank is secure. They're pretty confident that there's no fire activity there on this western flank. So really the focus is going to be on these other 3 flanks. But firefighters, they continue to work to secure the Palisades fire. And Jasmine, I'll tell you, excuse me, one of the things I noticed, there really aren't any aerial assets flying in the area, because the hotspots are being, excuse me, taken care of by crews on the ground. That's it here from the desk. Send it back to you.
Yeah, get some water, Mark. I know that's a lot of information, and we know those firefighters, I mean, it's been nonstop work. All right, we keep hearing about firefighters coming from across the country, right? Even out of the country to help. But how many are we talking about? Let's go to our senior reporter, Ross Palomo. You went out to find the data, and Ross, you found some surprises as you were kind of gathering where these firefighters are coming from.
Yeah, so far into this fire, Jazz, this is the first snapshot we have of all the personnel on the fire lines, and there are some surprises in this data. CAL FIRE says that it has 7,875 firefighters assigned to both of those fires, an enormous number working right now at this minute. Now, take a look at this. Of those, 400 of them are military personnel from the California National Guard. They're not only on the ground as hand crews, but working as pilots and support staff for helicopters and C-130s that right now are being used as air tankers. CAL FIRE says 945 firefighters are from other agencies out of state. Now, this includes, right here in this map in yellow, look at this large swath here, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. Texas and Colorado firefighters are still on their way here. There are also 13 firefighters from Canada who CAL FIRE says are actually here mostly to observe, for training themselves when they have large fires, how we're managing it down here. And 70 firefighters are from Mexico. And take a look at this. We just got these new photos of the Mexican firefighters today. You'll remember they arrived on Saturday and Governor Newsom was there to greet them. We are so appreciative of everyone coming out here to help us in California. But again, the bulk of the firefighters we're seeing on these two fires, Palisades and Eaton, are ours from right here in Southern California. That comes to be about 85%. It is so good to have the help out there, and it's so good to finally know how many of our own resources are helping. Thousands of firefighters, nearly 8,000. The most of them are our local heroes, but we're grateful for the help, of course.
Well, and of course, they live here, they know the area, they know the terrain. And we were just talking, I've seen so many coming down every freeway, the 210 though, right?
Yeah.
Even the water tenders, the apparatus they're bringing in from other counties, other states are here.
You know, and it's good to remember that although we're having these historic fires here and the wind is making it almost impossible, we have the best firefighters when it comes to forest fires and brush fires in the entire country. That's why even during our crisis, crews from Canada are down here to observe what we do so they can be better prepared up there. That's the good job they're doing. They just have the odds are against them, but we're still struggling. As you know, you've been on the line, so have I. For containment. We're getting closer.
Yeah, and fingers crossed with the wind event, the Santa Anas that are back today. So Ross, thank you so much.
Of course.
We are seeing the best of humanity today at the LA Fires donation drive put on by the LA Galaxy here at Dignity Health Sports Park. Coming up, more information on how you can help.
Shout out to firefighters, first responders all the way around, man. Thank you guys for everything. Whose house? Rams house.
With their city on their minds, Rams fans are headed to Arizona while a hometown winner shows that he too is thinking of our city. Here in Southern California, sports are synonymous with community, right? Today, the LA Galaxy is hosting this big donation drive, and now their parent company is making its own contribution. KCAL Sports anchor Chris Hayrie has their announcement from Carson.
Well, we are seeing the best of Los Angeles today here at Dignity Health Sports Park. The LA Galaxy putting on a donation drive for those affected by these fires. Very pleased to be joined by the VP of Communications of the Galaxy, Jamie Alvarez. And Jamie, what an event. We've seen a steady stream of people, and you're seeing the best of LA right now.
Yeah, we're so proud of our community. We're so proud of our fans who wanted to be involved in this effort, of our employees who wanted to show up and help by contributing to the supply drive. And what you're seeing here today is just one part of our relief efforts. We're also focused on localized community service. We had the incredible privilege of being able to serve our local fire station across the street, and we're going to be looking for more volunteer opportunities in the days and weeks ahead as we kind of learn the extent of the damage here in LA.
So as far as the supplies are concerned, I see a lot of water, hygiene products, kid supplies, baby products. Everything is needed at this point.
Everything is needed. The victims need things, and also first responders who we're so grateful for, they also need our support. We know that these aren't enough. We know that we need to show up in a big way. I'm so proud to be able to share that the LA Galaxy, alongside our brothers at the LA Kings and our ownership group, AEG, is going to be donating $1 million to relief efforts. The beneficiaries of that money, it's going to go to the American Red Cross, to LAFD Foundation, to the California Fire Foundation, to local animal rescue organizations. We know that LA needs us right now, and we're really, really proud to be able to step up in a big way to support that community.
That is just fantastic news. And you think about AEG, the responsibility that you have to your fans and really the city. How does it hit you when you see all these employees dedicating their time for their fellow Angelenos?
I'm so proud to see it, and I also have to say I'm not surprised. This is how we show up for one another. This is what makes us proud to be here in Los Angeles. LA Galaxy, we were a Pasadena team. We started out at the Rose Bowl, and now we're here in Carson in South LA. The community showed up for us during our playoff run. They've been here for us for the past few years as we've grown, and I just am so proud that we're able to give this $1 million gift in order to help aid recovery across all of Los Angeles.
Jamie, thank you so much for your time. $1 million is incredible. And as far as this donation drive, till 4 o'clock today, and then again tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll send it back to you.
And KCAL cares about all of these fire victims, so we are partnering up with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, this is the way to do it. Please go to redcross.org/KCAL. More than 1,500 Rams season ticket holders. They are on their way to Arizona for tonight's NFL playoff game to support their team. Fans, they were lined up early this morning, though. This was a scene. Look at this. Around 6:30 a.m., around 20 buses, they were lined up to take fans to Arizona for the big game. The game was moved by the NFL due to these wildfires. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford and his wife Kelly, they donated to pay for some of these buses. Fans said that they did not have the money to travel, and they gave thanks to the Rams and the Staffords while giving words of inspiration to our city.
Shout out to the Rams, shout out to the Staffords. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Wouldn't have been possible without you guys.
We have to come together, so that's why we want to go and support our team in Phoenix.
Prayers and condolences to the city of Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, all those who lost their flyers and loved ones, and man, prayers up to LA. It's bigger than a game. With that being said, we're on our way to Arizona to represent the Rams. Big shout out to the Staffords.
Our city always moves forward. We're always rebuilding. We're kind of used to it, but we've gone through a lot already, so we need a big win today.
Yeah, the LA Fires, they were on the mind of a former Rams player, Bobby Wagner, after his new team scored a big win.
Can we send our thoughts and prayers out to California and LA? We over here thinking about you. God bless.
Wagner, he grew up in Ontario and attended Colony High School. Wagner came up with this big play to help put the Washington Commanders in position to win their first playoff game since 2006.
The Washington Commanders off the upright, and it is in! They doink their way to the divisional round! Unbelievable!
The bounce, made it by that much. The Commanders, led by San Bernardino native Jaden Daniels, they are now on the divisional round. Yeah, sometimes, right, sports can provide just a brief reprieve from all that we are dealing with. Back to what we are dealing with, our news meteorologist Marina Jurica back with that next weather forecast. Marina.
Thank you, Jasmine. We are continuing to see some very gusty winds from the Santa Clarita Valley into Simi Valley and then moving down into Ventura, Oxnard, and Camarillo. Wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour already, and this wind event is just starting to crank up. So really, this region is what we are going to be looking at the most as we look forward with our next weather forecast. So the bulk of our viewing area is in a wind advisory, excluding downtown LA and our coastal regions for gusts of up to 55 miles miles per hour, but this will more likely be in that 20 to 40 mile per hour range, whereas that region I just showed you that's already seeing the gusty winds is under a high wind warning through tomorrow morning, and that's for the potential of gusts of up to 70. So moving forward with our next weather forecast, of course, we're moderating those Santa Ana winds, and we're just continuing to monitor them as we move into both today and tomorrow, and probably until about noon on Wednesday before we get a little bit of a reprieve the rest of the week. Extreme fire dangers. Once Santa Ana moves in, it just sucks that humidity out of the atmosphere, so it's extremely dry. Will continue to be so until we get our first rain, which is not in the foreseeable future. But we are getting a little more moisture in by the end of the week, and we're getting cooler temperatures, so that is going to help substantially as those winds die down. So moving forward with our next weather wind futurecast, you can see that our bullseye is exactly in that same area where we're seeing the winds right now, starting throughout this entire morning in the early afternoon, and then extending into parts of the San Gabriel and San Bernardino Mountains through about midnight tonight to about 4 o'clock in the morning. Then we push over into our desert locations as we head into our Tuesday morning. But really, that region I just showed you from the I-5 corridor heading down towards the coastline and then the Inland Empire moving down towards the central Orange County coastline is where we're going to see the strongest of winds. Temperatures right now are in the 60s. We're pretty much going to stay in the 60s for the next couple of days and then get even cooler into the 50s by the time we head into the week. And we can see that nicely here with our next 7-day forecast for the Inland Empire. Breezy through Wednesday, and then we get a little bit of a break, as I mentioned, with those low 60s coming in for the weekend. For the valleys, same setup, a little warmer for the middle of the week, and then we'll toss those temperatures down into the mid 60s. And then for the LA and OC Metro, we are going to be looking at things improving, especially by Saturday and Sunday. So the critical level is until the middle of the day on Wednesday. Jasmine, I cannot emphasize enough. Please, folks, be careful out there. We don't want to start any new fires.
Good. Yeah, Marina, we can't stress that enough. All right, there's a different kind of threat emerging from these wildfires, price gouging. Yeah, up next, we're going to talk to a local realtor who will be offering advice on how to protect yourself from getting ripped off. Well, since the fire started, a group of local realtors started noticing that an alarming number of listings had their prices recently raised, often by thousands of dollars. We are joined now by Samira Tapia, with Compass Realty. And Samira, you looked at these 400 rentals. You saw that 147 of them had increased their prices since the fires broke out.
Yes. So we noticed that it actually started earlier that day. Our clients had lost their home. It had burned down completely. They have a 1.5-year-old, and we were starting to send them out on showings to see rentals. As they were driving over, we noticed that the price had significantly changed, more than 10% since January 7th. A little later the afternoon, it just didn't sit right with me, and I started pulling data out of the MLS in order to see what was happening.
That is just unbelievable and so frustrating. On average, then, how much were these listings being inflated after the fires that you were finding?
It really depends. The vast majority were more than 10%, anywhere up to 81%. There's a nuance around it. Sometimes it is justified. Some of these folks have no furniture, so there are some landlords that are hiring furniture rental companies, and furniture rental is very, very expensive. And some of these landlords are including other units, such as an ADU, in the rental, because they've really noticed that multi-generational large families have very few options.
Right. Yeah, that is the struggle, getting in everyone that you had lived with into a home with pets. You and a group of realtors then have been flagging these rentals for potential price gouging. So, and I saw the social media post, and you've been blasting it out there, but have you been turning them in?
So we sent a lot of information to our managers in order for them to deal with it. Honestly, all of us realtors are boots on the ground, finding housing for people that have been displaced. I am here in my bedroom because my home office is full of donations. Most of us have been here in our pajamas for days and days, just calling other realtors to try to find homes for displaced families.
I mean, it's so much legwork, I know. I was sitting next to a woman in a cafe all the way in San Dimas the other day, and everyone in that cafe was trying to find a home, an apartment to rent. It was unbelievable. So many people without a place. So how can fire victims spot price gouging, and how can they protect themselves from being victimized?
So 75% of rentals are actually not through realtors. They are on third-party websites such as Zillow. And all of those show a price history. Take a look at the price prior to January 7th. If it has been raised more than 10%, that is price gouging. Take a look at the description to see whether it says now furnished or now also including ADU. Those people, it may make sense for it to go up. Also, contact a local realtor, contact the person that sold you that house. There are hundreds and hundreds of realtors in Los Angeles who have never worked on rentals, who are helping out the community pro bono. We're just trying to get people into as many rentals as possible. Also, if you work with a realtor, we can also look up the ownership to ensure that this is a legitimate rental and that you're not being scammed.
So important. Thank you so much for what you are doing, Samira, and sharing such valuable information. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much for sharing everything.
Oh, and if you want to follow Samira and her efforts to call out price gouging, to get that great advice, go to her website. That's kcal.com. Click the Scene on TV. So where and how are crews being deployed today to deal with the Eaton fire? We have a look at today's assignments just ahead, plus this.
KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Welcome back. Now, take a look at what one firefighter faced while fighting the Eaton fire.
Dude, we're in a serious fight right now.
Wow, these firefighters, they rushed from one home to the next as those winds whipped up the flames and embers to try to save them. This was, again, Altadena, right after the Eaton fire broke out Tuesday. And you can hear in this video that the firefighter said, you know, at one point, we might be tapped out. As we know, getting water from those fire hydrants was an issue. I mean, it is really such harrowing video. This firefighter told me that he just wanted to show people what they were up against and how hard these first responders worked to do what they could in hurricane force winds. By the way, that firefighter told me he is back on the fire lines in Altadena today as these firefighters have been starting to get an upper hand on the Eaton fire. Let's go to our assignment manager, Mark Liu, at the desk. Mark, you've been monitoring where these fire crews are working and where those hot spots are still smoldering.
Yeah, they are. And what a difference between Tuesday and today at the Eaton fire. That video is just incredible of what firefighters had to face in that windstorm. Now, the good news is the Eaton fire containment continues to grow. And I was able to listen in on a briefing that LA County Fire gave about what their mission was on all three of the flanks of the Eaton fire. And some of the firefighters' missions have changed. And I'm going to go through what they're going to be working on today. So if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you that footprint of the Eaton fire and zoom in. Now, LA County Fire says that right now on this flank of the fire here, we'll call it the northeast flank, this is a very, very rough terrain, and there are spots smoldering in this area here, and this is purely an aerial assault. There are aircraft that are coming in and doing water and frost check drops here, but the hot spots are much, much smaller than they have been over the past week. So they are trying to get a handle on that flank. But they've got, and they're doing good work, but they have to do it all with aerial assets. There's really no way for firefighters to get up into the mountains to do any sort of work up there. However, they are protecting Mount Wilson, though most of the danger in the Mount Wilson area has passed. The observatory and the broadcast towers up there are safe. Then there is this flank here, which they describe as their priority today, all the way up to and including the JPL area, which is down there. They have got fixed wing, that's aircraft and rotor aircraft like helicopters and boots on the ground, all in this area to stop the remaining hotspots from moving in forward to the north. They are very concerned about this flank, and they're putting a lot of resources onto that side of the fire where it is still smoldering as well. And then finally, they have this flank, the southern flank all the way down here. And what they said they're going to be doing here is damage assessment. These are crews from Urban Search and Rescue that are going to be going through the communities of Altadena and Sierra Madre, looking for all of those damaged properties to make sure that there are not any smoldering hotspots down there, and that gas lines are capped, there is no water leakage, and that there is not any other dangers, because they ultimately need to repopulate all of these areas of Altadena that were damaged or destroyed, and people need to get back into their homes. And then finally, the concern of the winds, they are pre-positioning some new resources in the La Cañada Flint Ridge area just in case this flank here near the JPL side decides to flare up. They are going to pre-position crews in this area of La Cañada Flint Ridge in order to keep it safe. They anticipate if there is any kind of flare-up, it might be on that side. They're not issuing any new evacuation orders, but they are putting resources in that area. Coming back out live here to me. This firefight continues to go well at the Eaton fire as containment continues to go up. 14,000 acres burned, but almost 3,500 personnel working the perimeter of this fire in order to get those flames finally extinguished. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you, Jazz.
You're not taking any chances. Thousands out there on those fire lines. All right, let's take a live look outside. We're going to go to downtown LA. Blue skies over those city skyscrapers. So blue skies, but dry and windy. Meteorologist Marina Jurica with that next weather forecast.
And the good news is that it's kind of a double-edged sword. The greatest of winds today will be in areas where the fires aren't currently burning. But taking a look at the Pacific Palisades, they'll hit a peak at about 25 mile per hour winds between that 9 to 11 p.m. hour. Otherwise, up to 20 mile per hour winds expected in that area. And in Altadena, 15 to 20 mile per hour winds, once again peaking around that same time between 7 p.m. to about midnight. And the good news is there's more of an easterly component to this wind. So when that happens, then we get a more classic setup when it comes to the Santa Ana wind. But our air quality has improved substantially across the region. You can see some moderate air quality issues across downtown Los Angeles and in the Inland Empire. And then right now, the worst spot is actually in Oxnard, and they're seeing some pretty gusty winds out there right now in that trouble region. And the worst winds will be across the area we're seeing the high wind warning, which is from the Santa Clarita Valley down into portions of western Los Angeles County towards Ventura County. So around Camarillo, as well as Oxnard, Ventura, Fillmore, heading on up towards Porter Ranch, Simi Valley. Those are going to be some of the zones that'll see the potential for wind gusts of up to 70. But everyone is looking at pretty much the risk for fire danger. And that's all the way up until we get our first bout of rain, which does not look like it will be any time in the foreseeable future. So as we take a look at our temperatures today, we are in the upper 60s, a couple of low 70s starting to move in. It was a chilly start, and we're actually going to get cooler, Jasmine, as we move towards the weekend with a little more moisture in the air by the time we head into Friday and Saturday, which is going to help us out as well. But we have to get there first, right, Jasmine?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was cold this morning.
It was.
All right, stepping up in a time of need, a group known simply as the Heat Hawks are just driving around looking to help however they can. How about turning a racetrack into this massive donation center? We have details on how you can help coming up next. Some residents in one fire-devastated area of Los Angeles County, they are doing what they can to assist firefighters and residents. This is a small group known as the Heat Hawks. They drive around the Topanga Canyon section of LA County. They are just looking for ways to help.
We just love this neighborhood, man. We couldn't just sit and not help.
We put out some spot fires, but most of us have been on turning off propane tanks in dangerous areas downwind of the fire, like propane ferries, we're calling them. Maybe you got a visit from the propane ferry.
Well, the group also says residents have asked them to rescue pets, retrieve money and documents. I mean, so many So many people have stepped up to help in this time of crisis. Look at this. Donations have been pouring in all weekend for fire victims. This is Santa Anita Park. I mean, there was such a big response. Volunteers had to actually stop accepting drop-offs so that they could focus on sorting through all the items that they had to just make it easier for the victims to find what they need.
When I came down here, I was blown away just how much the community is pulling together and how amazing it truly is. And just to see each person, they're just pouring their love and their energy into every single thing that they're doing. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Anyone who has been affected by the fires can pick up clothing and supplies from now until Wednesday. KCAL cares about all of these fire victims, so we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please just go to redcross.org/KCAL. Thousands of people lost their homes in these fires, and finding their next place to stay can be a challenge. So up next, we're going to be joined by another realtor. This one is making it easier to find a rental during this time of need. Some valuable advice you don't want to miss. Plus, those affected by the Eaton fire want to know when they can return. Why one sheriff's official says it could be weeks. Well, the National Guard is on scene at several fire zones, not only to protect the public from the dangerous conditions, but also to help those who have lost everything. So they're joining a growing community of those giving back to their neighbors. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino spoke to some of them in Altadena.
For so many people, the question is, when can I come home? But it's also another question of, is my home still there. You can see the homes burned down right here on Woodbury and Glen Rose, and we have CHP and the National Guard blocking any access into there. Now, I did talk to some people who are living in their homes that are still standing back there. They chose to stay even though they don't have power, water, or really just any utilities, but they're just trying to protect their home from possible looters. They're feeling like that's the only way they can protect their home. So a lot of resources are coming out here. Right here on the corner, this home left standing, all your neighbors are gone. You guys literally have almost nothing, but you're making sure your neighbors that really have nothing can get something.
Yeah, we're hosting this drive so people that are either displaced or have lost everything can come pick up anything that has been donated to us. We have diapers, wipes, food, water, anything you guys might need, clothes, personal hygiene stuff. Please spread the word, guys. We're going to be here every day of the week as long as we're needed.
Let's just give you a quick update on the firefight here. Now 33% contained for the Eaton fire. It has burned around 7,000 structures and burned more than 14,000 acres. So far, 16 people have been found dead. And some of the areas of the fire are inaccessible on the ground. That was the latest update we got last night, particularly in Bear Canyon, Mount Markham, and near the reservoir. There's really rugged and steep terrain there. Some of the most difficult they have seen aircraft needing to be used there. If you just take a look around here, the need is here, and people are definitely taking what they can and bringing it back to their families. A lot of these families left with nothing at all, but it's still too dangerous to go back into those communities. That is why you have CHP and the National Guard blocking it. On top of the possibility of looters, there is also just power lines are still down, and there's some gas lines that haven't been turned off yet, so they still need to mop up and clean up before it's safe for anyone to get back there. We're trying to find out when people can go home, but right now the Sheriff's Department says anywhere between a few days to a few weeks. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Storantino, KCAL News.
You saw that guy carrying in a baby car seat, even strollers being dropped off. Oh. With thousands of people now without a home, many are scrambling to find temporary housing while they wait to rebuild, and many are finding there are not enough to go around. One local realtor, though, has spent the last 6 days trying to find rentals for people. We have realtor Lauren Ravitz with Berkshire Hathaway joining us now. Thank you again, Lauren, for the time.
Thanks for having me.
And for your work. I mean, we were talking, you have dozens of people on a list right now you're trying to help. So what are you finding? What are the hurdles that these families are facing?
I think one of the main hurdles is basically just the unknown. You know, what is the next step? What do I have to spend? How long do I need a rental for? Where do I need to be? What works for my family? And all those unanswered questions that people are still trying to navigate through still almost a week later.
Right. So like with so many people that are just desperate to find something, right? What tips do you have for them? Like, where do they start?
I think obviously starting with insurance and finding out their ALE, their additional living expenses, and their cap rate, knowing if that's going to take them to 24 months or 36 months, and budgeting for what they can afford. Certainly being open to areas. We are working primarily with Palisades fire victims, and while they really want to remain close to their community, we need to cast a wider net. We have to go into Mar Vista and Marina del Rey and Culver City, and even across the freeway to the 405. Another tip is obviously getting your application ready to go. We are standing outside of appointments and literally pressing send from the property to get our application in right away. And then I think my third tip is just to be flexible. Maybe do a 3-month lease, do a 6-month lease. You know, if the house is for sale, move in if they're willing to rent it and let them continue to show it. And I think flexibility is really key right now.
That is interesting. We know there's a housing crisis. Are there enough rentals to even go around?
I think it remains to be seen. Right now, we are seeing a lot of different pivots. We're seeing Airbnbs kind of cancel reservations to make way for fire victims. We're seeing properties that hadn't sold now consider leasing. We're seeing hotels open up. We're seeing people scramble that had unfurnished rentals to quickly get them furnished this week. So it's tough. It's definitely tough.
I know an RV company ready to hand out RVs for people to live in as soon as they can get, I guess, the property to do that. So are people giving fire victims reduced rents or deals? Can you talk to, these landlords and hash out a plan?
I wish that were the case. I mean, we are seeing some bright lights of humanity, of people who are just trying to cover their expenses and rent to people out of the kindness of their heart, not trying to price gouge. But we are seeing, unfortunately, the less decent side of people, not only agents alike, but owners that are doing, the illegal price gouging. And we are reporting them. We are on notice. There's a community of people that are, in our industry that are kind of watchdogs, and obviously it's unacceptable and not okay.
Yeah, we just talked to realtor Samira Tapia about that, about price gouging and what to watch out for. So Lauren, thank you so much for everything that you are doing, taking time to share your insights with us today. We'll talk soon.
Thanks.
All right, up next we have Marina Jurica back with the check of the next weather windy forecast. Also, the impact these fires are having extends far beyond the physical destruction. We have a mental health expert who's offering advice for coping with the stress and the trauma inflicted by these fires. Most schools are back open this morning. KCAL's Tina Patel reports how families are feeling about returning to class with the fire still burning.
The Santa Monica Malibu School District knows that some students are still in evacuation areas, still in temporary housing. So they said they would excuse absences today, but a number of parents told us they thought it was important for their children to return. Having school resume, they say, is a sign of progress. Most of the schools in Santa Monica did reopen today, although there are concerns about air quality. So some students were wearing masks and some parents brought in extra air filters for the classrooms. District officials are operating on an inclement weather schedule, which means outdoor activities will be limited, but they say schools have been cleaned and it is safe for students and staff to be back. We talked to one parent who told us she still doesn't know if her home was damaged in the fire or not, and that has been stressful for her kids. But coming back to school, she says, is a relief.
We've been nervous because for the past 2 days we've woken up and I've had to prepare them, tell them, we might lose our house, but, we've got each other, we've got our sports equipment, so we can kind of operate from wherever we are.
The LA Unified School District is also reopening most of their schools today after cleaning air filters and clearing out debris over the weekend. There are more than a half dozen schools still in evacuation areas that will remain closed, and some schools did suffer fire damage. District officials say they're still trying to figure out a timeline on when they'll be able to make repairs and reopen those. Much of Pasadena Unified School District is also under evacuation warnings, so they are going to have remote learning for the week. And schools in Malibu say they will be closed at least through Wednesday, but school officials in all of these fire areas tell us they are monitoring conditions and they may make changes as the week goes on, just depending on what is safest for students and staff. In Santa Monica, Tina Patel, KCAL News.
You know, the damage and the losses, they are just taking a toll on people's mental health. Dr. Lisa Demore telling KCAL Mornings it's important to step up and help in specific ways.
Be specific. Don't say, what can I do? People who are in this situation are so overwhelmed they probably don't even know where to start. So offer concrete, specific things. Say, do you want to come to our house for dinner? Or, I saw that my neighbor is giving away a whole bunch of clothes. I think some of them may be exactly, your size. They may work for you. Do you want me to bring some of those over to you? Be helpful in concrete ways.
Yeah, getting involved in these volunteer opportunities is such a great outlet for those anxious minds, helping connect people directly impacted by the fires with that much needed resource. Meteorologist Marina Jurka back with that final check of our next weather forecast.
Thanks, Jasmine. We're continuing to see those peak wind gusts at about 50 miles per hour through a good portion of the Santa Clarita Valley, heading into Simi Valley and Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo, as well as Malibu. We've also got some gusty winds up to 35 miles per hour across portions of the Inland Empire and the central Orange County coastline. So moving forward for our next weather forecast, there's an extreme fire risk today through Wednesday for gusts of up to 70 miles per hour in a very particular location. It's not everywhere. It's a classic Santa Ana wind event. So Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, San Fernando, western Santa Monica Mountains, Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore, and the I-5 corridor is at the highest risk for seeing those strongest wind gusts. And as we move into the day, we'll be monitoring this for you, and temperatures will be in the upper 60s. We are going to see cooler temperatures and a little more moisture move in by the end of the week.
Thank you so much for watching KCAL News at noon. Remember, the news continues right now. We are streaming on CBS News Los Angeles.